Cognitive behavioral therapy. Retrain your brain. Master and train for happiness. 7 simple strategies to free yourself from anxiety, depression, panic attacks, stress, and intrusive thoughts. Introduction. Cognitive behavioral therapy is not something that you try on yourself. It's just not going to happen. You have to work with a trained therapist or counselor. While you do the heavy lifting as far as your personal beliefs and your responses to the outside world go, you need expert guidance. You need somebody who knows what they're doing and who knows how to instruct you. They must have been around the block a few times so they know what to anticipate. This is one common misconception about cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT for short. A lot of people think that if they just read a book on CBT, they will know the ins and outs of this alternative therapy system, and they can pretty much treat themselves. There's more to recovery through CBT than just buying a book and learning techniques. You have to actually put them to use. This is the difficult part. You have to keep using these techniques no matter how inconvenient they might be. You have to keep practicing them no matter how busy you get. Given these logistical considerations, it's no surprise that a lot of people think that you need specially trained counselors or psychiatrists to go through a CBT program. Most of the time, the most valuable thing these professionals bring to the table is that they give you a formal structure for CBT. You can do it yourself once a professional has provided you with a formal structure. You just have to give yourself the time and the space, and you need to commit to doing CBT consistently. It's very hard to get out from under your mental habits if you are trying to do CBT alone. You need to be under the proper guidance of an experienced therapist who not only understands how it works and how its principles can be tweaked to apply to your personal situation, but who also knows how to measure success. You have to understand that this is a results-based therapy. You don't just undergo CBT because you're just trying to feel better. Who knows what that means? It's too subjective. When you're working with a trained cognitive behavioral therapist, you are made aware of how your interpretations of the things happening in your life impact your feelings, your interpretation of reality, and ultimately, your behavior. The main goal of cognitive behavioral therapy is not just to feel good or feel at peace. Medication can do that. Being with the right people can do that. Instead, CBT aims for something higher. It seeks to teach you how to effectively interpret life in such a way that you remain positive, empowered, and in control. In other words, with the proper guidance, CBT can help you handle your life in a very different way. People normally seek cognitive behavioral therapy if they feel that their life is spiraling out of their control. They feel that they're stuck. It's as if they're watching a movie of their life, and they can't do anything about it except sit back and let things happen. When properly implemented, cognitive behavioral therapy enables you to reclaim your personal power over your life. Believe it or not, everything that happens in your life is ultimately your responsibility. A lot of people try to run away from this truth. In fact, to a lot of people, this is quite inconvenient and uncomfortable. Unfortunately, regardless of how we feel, the truth is still the truth. We are always in control of how we respond to the world, and this response is never neutral. It always has an impact on what we feel and, ultimately, what we do. Cognitive behavioral therapy focuses on how people make sense of their world in terms of their interpretation. This is the foundation of cognitive behavioral therapy. When you change the interpretation, you change how people emotionally respond to things, and this can lead to a profound impact on how they behave. For example, somebody who is suffering from low self-esteem usually looks at a situation from a perspective of doubt. They don't think they're good enough. They don't think they're good-looking enough. They don't think people will like them. They don't think they will belong, so on and so forth. Since this is how they interpret the signals people and situations give them, it is no surprise that they tend to miss out on opportunities or avoid social settings. They doubt themselves so much. They feel that people will not like them. They feel uncomfortable. This is not just happening in their heads, because when somebody has such low self-esteem, and they're doubting themselves all the time, it can have physical effects. You can feel like you're about to throw up. You feel like you're shaking. You want to curl up into a ball and assume the fetal position. Unfortunately, people with low self-esteem think that this is natural. They've responded to the world this way for so long they think that it's part of them. Some even say it's just who they are. It's part of their personality. No, it's not. Cognitive behavioral therapy goes to the root of the problem. The root of the problem is not that you feel that you're ugly or that you assume you are going to screw things up the moment you are given any kind of responsibility. Instead, it goes straight to the real issue, your low self-esteem. Why is that? Why do you automatically feel that people are not going to like you? Why do you automatically fear social settings or any kind of opportunity you have to learn? How are you looking at your situation? Are there any alternative interpretations? A crucial part of CBT is the identification of negative thought patterns. Patients have to be clear about their thought process. CBT doesn't assume that there's something wrong with you. Instead, you are first walked through the process of clearly describing how you view yourself, how you interpret reality, and how you find yourself in certain situations. There's no right or wrong answer here. The focus is objective truth. In other words, it's all about accuracy. The next step is to look at the thought patterns involved and understand that this is just one possible train of thought. For example, say you go into a bar. You see a very attractive member of the opposite sex turn around, look at you and laugh. If you have low self-esteem, you will automatically assume that person is laughing at you. Are there alternative interpretations? A CBT therapist will step you through the alternatives and help you process that memory in such a way that it doesn't lead to negative thoughts and, ultimately, negative actions. Maybe in that memory there was somebody cracking a joke behind you or making faces. Perhaps that good-looking person was looking at that person behind you. It doesn't have to be about you. As long as the alternative interpretations are supported by facts, the CBT therapist can help you come up with a healthier approach to processing social information so you get out from under your social phobia. Speaking of phobias, CBT is quite effective in this field. Take the case of an individual with dental phobia. This person is deathly afraid of visiting the dentist. We're not just talking about root canals here. We're talking about just regular cleaning. A CBT practitioner would ask this person about their past experiences of going to the dentist. The patient would then go through story after story until they get to the traumatic incident that led to an unhealthy association of the dentist with pain. It may have happened when the patient was 5 years old. The therapist would then work with the patient to cut that mental connection between the dentist and pain. In other words, they help the person realize that what happened in the past can stay in the past. Just because they had a traumatic experience that one time doesn't necessarily mean that all people going to dentists suffer the same experience. They may just have been unlucky that day. Often, the further we are from the memory, the more we blow it out of proportion. We exaggerate. It may turn out that when the patient was a kid, they just experienced slight pain, but as they got older, they remember the pain as something far worse. An expert cognitive behavioral therapist can help patients go through this process successfully. The history of cognitive behavioral therapy. CBT was formulated about 40 years ago to help treat people suffering from depression. As the years went by, a lot of the techniques and steps developed in CBT to handle depression have been applied to a larger set of mental and emotional disorders. CBT has gone on to treat borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, anger issues, alcohol and drug abuse, childhood depression, spousal or marital conflict, insomnia, eating disorders, fear of the dentist, all sorts of social phobias as well as generalized anxiety. That is a long list, and it's easy to see why cognitive behavioral therapy has expanded quite a bit because there is a tremendous amount of science as well as success stories behind it. The world of psychology and psychiatry has actually developed on two tracks. There's always been a talk therapy component to treating mental, emotional, and personality disorders. However, fairly recently, more and more practitioners have been leaning on hardwired or biological treatments involving a range of chemical compounds. This all became really popular when the popular antidepressant Prozac entered the global mental health scene. At that point, a lot of people were thinking that depression was just another illness, kind of like the flu. When you have a head cold, you take a pill. When you're depressed, you take a pill. This led to a massive explosion in prescriptions for anti-anxiety and antidepressant medication. In fact, if you study the top 10 most prescribed medications in the United States, antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication will always make the list. This has raised a lot of alarms due to the fact that these chemicals have a tremendous impact on the patient's brain chemistry. Without proper supervision and with prolonged use, they can have long-term effects on patients' mental functions. This is why there's been a renewed and intensified interest in more natural approaches to personality, emotional and psychological issues. Cognitive behavioral therapy can work with antidepressant, anti-anxiety, and other medications. However, patients would be better off if they used a completely chemical-free approach. The person often credited as the pioneer of cognitive behavioral therapy is Dr. Aaron T. Beck. Dr. Beck focused most of his research on the study of depression. In particular, he wanted to see the connection between depression and the cognition or the ability of depressed people to perceive their reality. He noticed that there was quite a link between depression and people's cognitive thinking. Prior to Dr. Beck, the common idea was that depression happens and it leads to negative thinking. Dr. Beck reversed the process. He said that if the cognitive state of the individual patient is positive, then depression can be overcome. It can go the other way, rather than simply assuming that if a person is depressed, then it leads to negative thinking, and there's really not much people can do about it. This was a breakthrough because it led to the core premise of cognitive behavioral therapy, which involves taking control of how you think. It may seem like your depressed mental state is automatic. It may seem like you really don't have much control over it, but by taking control of your ability to interpret what things mean in your life, you can arrest that negative emotional slide to sadness, melancholy and ultimately, depression. Dr. Aaron T. Beck's pioneering work laid the foundation for cognitive behavioral therapy, which has grown in leaps and bounds and is now applied to a lot of dysfunctions and disorders. Chapter 1: Identifying the Problem. Step 1: Identifying the problem. What are automatic thoughts? Automatic thoughts are a central aspect of the CBT theory. Automatic thoughts are those that come into our minds quickly, without effort. They are short and related to the specific situation at hand. They occur during or right after the situation, as an instinctive response. They don't include reflection or careful logic but usually seem quite reasonable. Some are perfectly logical, others are known as dysfunctional automatic thoughts. If you feel that another thought better connects to the problem, you can focus on that instead. Or if you feel that the issue underlying that particular automatic thought is not as important as other issues, you can set it aside and focus on other thoughts that had a stronger impact on your mood. When evaluating a series of automatic thoughts, assess how intense the feelings they stimulated were, and choose the thoughts that had the biggest impact. Often, these types of dysfunctional thoughts result from cognitive distortions, or thought traps, which are essentially mistakes we make in the thinking process. Automatic thoughts tend to fall into a few categories of cognitive distortions. Identifying the general patterns can be helpful in changing the thoughts that are a part of that pattern. It may be helpful to write down some of your automatic thoughts and then look for patterns. Below, we list some common types of cognitive distortions. What are intrusive thoughts? Intrusive thoughts are another type of common but upsetting thought. Our brains generate many thoughts and ideas over the course of a day. Some feel completely normal, productive, and helpful, and we view them as reflective of who we are. Some thoughts may strike us as odd or confusing but are easily dismissed and don't cause much distress. We can also experience thoughts that seem bad, scary, or sickening, things that don't fit with who we are or that make us feel terrible, yet are hard to get rid of. These are known as intrusive thoughts. Intrusive thoughts are thoughts, ideas, or impulses that are unwanted and upsetting but continue to occur. They are difficult to stop or control, which often makes them more distressing. They may interrupt activities and thought processes and cause feelings of doubt, shame, guilt, confusion, fear, and anxiety. Intrusive thoughts are common symptoms of anxiety disorders, obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, and post-traumatic stress disorder, but they can occur independently as well. There are several types of intrusive thoughts, which may be treated in different ways. Obsessional intrusions usually relate to something that a person finds upsetting, disgusting, or repugnant, such as violence, taboo sexual acts, or his or her religious beliefs. These are often addressed within an OCD framework. Worry intrusions are anxious thoughts about future events or threats. Usually, dealing with anxiety through a range of CBT techniques will help reduce the frequency and severity of worry intrusions. Trauma-related intrusions are sudden recollections of past traumatic events. Addressing the feelings around these events with a therapist may help. Trauma-related intrusions are sudden recollections of past traumatic events. Addressing the feelings around this event with a therapist may help. Examples of intrusive thoughts. Unwanted sexual thoughts involving a family member, child, or animal, obsessional intrusion. Unwanted sexual thoughts involving a coworker whom you are not attracted to, obsessional intrusion. Thoughts of committing a crime or violent act that you know you would never do, such as killing your spouse or harming your baby, obsessional intrusion. Fear that you won't be able to stop yourself from saying something inappropriate in public, obsessional intrusion. Worries that you no longer believe in your religion, briefly thought something forbidden, or performed a ritual incorrectly, obsessional intrusion. Repeated, intensely felt doubts about your ability to perform on an upcoming exam you have studied for, worry intrusion. Recurrent, distressing thoughts about contracting a rare disease and dying, worry intrusion. Repeated thoughts about a humiliating event that happened in childhood, trauma-related intrusion. Unwanted, upsetting recollections of a violent event you experienced as an adult, trauma-related. These are just some of the many forms that intrusive thoughts can take. Many people are surprised to realize that others have experienced similar types of intrusive thoughts. Knowing this can be reassuring and help you reach a better understanding of intrusive thoughts as a common phenomenon, not a uniquely personal illness or failing. Almost everyone has intrusive thoughts, but people respond to them in different ways. The key difference between people who do not struggle with their intrusive thoughts and those who do is not that the former do not have them, though they may experience them less frequently or intensely, but that they are able to dismiss upsetting, unwanted thoughts as meaningless. Those who struggle with obsessive thoughts tend to attach great significance to the thoughts and conclude that they really do believe or feel those things or really will commit those acts. They begin to build a narrative around the thoughts, with implications about their own character, behavior, and future actions. The most important thing to understand about intrusive thoughts is that just having a certain thought or image does not mean it is true. Having an intrusive thought about an unacceptable violent or sexual action doesn't mean you actually want to or will commit the act. If you are religious, having a distressing blasphemous thought doesn't mean you truly believe it. Experiencing recurrent anxious thoughts about a future event does not mean that those fears are well-founded or that the bad outcome is likely to occur. Stephen Phillipson, Ph.D., is a true expert in the field. He reminds his patients that they are not mentally ill. Instead, they simply have an anxiety disorder. He also prefers to call intrusive thoughts, creative associations. This attitude encourages patients to embrace their experience of these common, if sometimes disturbing, thoughts. Find out more by searching Dr. Phillipson OCD in YouTube. If intrusive thoughts are causing you distress, include them in the description of your problem. Chapter 2. Routine to train your mind. Everyone has gone through a terrible phase during which they endured depression. When depression comes knocking, it seeks to expose you and make you vulnerable, break you, and you are left feeling as though the weight of the world has been placed upon your shoulders. Your brain might be entangled in a vicious fight, but don't reach for the antidepressants. You have a much better chance at rewiring your brain through CBT. The following are some of the CBT techniques aimed at modifying your brain into positivity. 1. Set achievable goals. Before you get started on your therapy, you want first to identify what you seek to get out of it. The last time you were depressed, you knew too well what could end your depression. Ideally, this ought to be one of your goals. To avoid disappointments, you want to ensure that your goals are reachable. If you set unattainable goals, you will only be setting yourself up for more failure, which might throw you into an even worse state of depression. When setting a goal, you should implore the help of your therapist because they have a finer understanding of the potential that different kinds of people wield, as well as the nature of various challenges. 2. Reward yourself. The perfect way of motivating yourself to keep going is to reward yourself every time you reach a milestone. When you set a long-term goal, you should make a point of breaking it down into smaller milestones. For instance, if the cause of your depression is due to the fact that you have no life partner, your midterm or long-term goal should be getting a life partner, but your milestones should be along the lines of talking to a new person every day. Ensure that you talk to someone new every day. This increases your prospects of landing the most suitable life partner. Every time you reach this milestone, you might want to reward yourself for work well done. 3. Be good at spotting negativity at its onset. The more adept you are at noticing negativity creep up on you, the more you will take self-preserving decisions. Let's say that your depression is enhanced by your alcoholism, which is in part fueled by your associations. When you see a person who takes you into a bar and buys you a beer, you might want to literally run away from them. Whenever you identify an agent of negativity, you should want to distance yourself from them. However, this doesn't give you a free pass to become a weirdo. Inasmuch as you want to preserve yourself, you also have to consider what's at stake. 4. Be accountable. Being accountable is the truest sign of maturity. Let's say you are depressed because of your gambling behavior. You seem to have been stuck in a negative cycle of throwing your money into sports betting, taking loans from friends and banks, and then throwing more money into sports betting. So, betting has become this big black hole where your every penny drowns. You'll become depressed, and rightly so. But think about it. When you're accountable for something, for instance, your family, you won't spend your money that recklessly. You will have some respect for your family, and other people that hold you responsible. 5. Listen to music. It is an open secret that listening to music has a great effect on our moods. Whenever you find yourself battling depressive thoughts, all you have to do is put on some music. The brain is extremely receptive of music, and it allows you to take on the mood expressed in the music. For instance, if you listen to a happy song, your moods will be instantly elevated. In this age of the internet, there's a surplus of great music to listen to. Remember that striking a balance is vital. Don't lose yourself, lest it becomes an addiction, an escape from reality. 6. Join a group. Whatever you are facing now, whatever brings you gloomy thoughts, and depresses your spirit, is not unique to you. There are millions of other people battling the same problems. And guess what? They are every bit as interested in overcoming their limitations just as you. You can contact friends and make phone calls to various offices to find out about groups that cater to people of your kind. Additionally, you can join online groups and become united with people from around the world who share in your troubles. Seeing other people from diverse backgrounds in the same boat as you not only give you hope for change, but it also allows you to become vulnerable. For instance, if your addictions are the source of your depression, you can share your story with your group members, make it a learning opportunity, and be open to learning from them too. 7. Focus on positive experiences. The most potent fuel for depression is a negative attitude. And if you have a negative mindset, nothing in this world would cure your problem. This is simply because every event or situation is two-sided. There's the good side and the bad. Negative people always choose the bad, whereas positive people choose the good. It doesn't matter if you're ruined financially, if you have lost your career to malicious people, or if you've ever lost a loved one. There's always a positive angle to every situation. 8. Consume the right media. It's amazing that when people talk about the advances in technology and especially digital media, they focus on the negative effects. It's true that most people on the internet are watching pornography, but the internet has also brought close to us amazing content of positivity. There are ebooks, websites, and YouTube channels that cater to promoting positivity. Instead of replenishing your positivity just once and moving on with your life, you want to graduate this into a habit. Form a daily habit of checking up on YouTube positivity channels and reading positivity blogs and ebooks. Chapter 3. Master and train happiness. These neuroscientific methods can help you foster a happier brain. Music. Listening to music from the happiest periods of your life can transport you mentally back to places you have listened to it before, bringing about a positive mental state. Smile. Bringing about a positive mental state. Smile when your brain is overloaded with information. It looks for biofeedback to figure out a response. Outsmart your brain by grinning just as happiness makes you smile. Smiling can actually make you happy. Goals. When you are feeling unhappy or overwhelmed, try to think about your long-term goals. This may release dopamine and give your brain a sense of control. Sleep. Depression may hinder your ability to sleep, but it works both ways. Having bad sleep can lead to depression. Improve your sleep by exposing yourself to bright sunlight during the day and dim the light at night. Exercising and exposing yourself to sunlight can improve the serotonin and sleep systems. Taking a walk, preferably with a friend or someone you enjoy spending time every morning, is an easy way to kickstart an upward spiral and engage in positive social behaviors. How to keep your brain cells active. Get crafty. Creative time keeps existing neurons from dying and promotes the growth of new ones. Learn something new. Novelty builds new neural pathways. Think new game, new language, or new field of study. Move your body. Physical activity may improve how your neurons work and reduce risk of dementia. Neural growth. In the beginning we have the stem cells. They are undifferentiated, and that precursor cells to daughter cells. These then divide, differentiate, develop, and migrate to their final destinations and become neurons or glia, shortened term for neuroglia. Another term for glia is glial cells. For a growing neuron, there are several parts: axon, soma, dendrites, and growth cone. The growing axon helps guide, or it helps direct to find the target for the embryonic neuron. It does this by influencing the molecules on axon growth or route through the following: attracting, supporting, deflecting, inhibiting. These molecules can be found in the membrane of the glia or embryonic neurons. It can also be found in the extracellular fluid as what we call neurotrophic factors. Considering these influencing molecules that are attracting, supporting, deflecting, and inhibiting the growing neuron or the growing axon is going off and going in sort of a random fashion, but eventually it is finding its way to the target. When it gets to the target, it will form a synapse. Once it has formed a synapse, it gets activated. It is early activation before maturation and helps determine the final function of the embryonic neuron. That is one of the important things to remember: it is activated early on. In short, it is activated before maturation. Neural growth occurs during all 3 trimesters and continues into infancy, and is obviously and fairly widely known, drugs and alcohol are a must to be avoided, especially at this point, as it can have permanent lasting damage on the fetal end and its developing nervous system. It is highly important to be cautious and stay away from things like viruses, malnutrition, radiation, etc. Those are some of the factors that can cause permanent harm and damage to developing or fetal nervous system. On a quick note, once axons have been projected, up to 50 to 70% of axons die. Neuroscientists are still perplexed with why our body does this, after all the tedious process, and it ends up with a big part of the neurons dying in the process. At the moment, it is still a scientific mystery. Once the growth is done, after maturation the basic shape and the structure is set. At this point the synaptic contacts are still being created and destroyed. During the regeneration stage, in the peripheral nervous system, and we have a neuron. The part of the neuron which is not part of or connected to the cell body is going to degenerate. The tip where the degenerated part used to be, will get a growth cone. Therefore, the axon is able to regrow back down to the target organ or tissue or muscle. The growth cone happens at about 1 mm per day, which is slow. To put this into perspective, let's say your ring finger on your right hand got an apparent damaged neuron up to your shoulder, and as a result you have lost a bit of sensation. It might take more than 2 years before that afferent neurons to completely regenerate and heal. In more recent research, scientists are discovering more about how the decrease in the production of serotonin by neurons can lead to depression in some people, chemical imbalance. There has been a confusion if adults grow new nerve cells. Surprisingly, adults have the ability to grow new nerve cells. This phenomenon is called neurogenesis. The human brain of an adult has the ability to regenerate nerve cells. In terms of neurogenesis, an interesting salient section of the brain is the hippocampus. It is the structure of gray matter that is found in the brain's core. This part is paramount for discovery, information retention, mood, and emotion. However, What the scientists have discovered is that the hippocampus is one of the areas of the adult human brain, wherein neoneurons can regenerate. If given a chance and we put an incision through the hippocampus and narrow in, scientists were able to confirm newborn neuron in an adult mouse brain. It has been estimated that adults can produce up to 700 neoneurons every day within in hippocampus region. It might seem not as much in comparison to the countless neurons we already have. However, by the moment we reach the age of 50, the human body will have to exchange all the existing neurons that were present since the day we were born, with the neurons our body has created during our adult period. These new neurons are so substantial because of their capacity. We are aware that neurons are critical for acquiring new information and data retention. At a lab setting, it was discovered that if the human adult brain is blocked its ability to generate neoneurons within the hippocampus region, then it is blocked its selected data retention capabilities. This is unexpectedly recent and accurate for spatial recognition, one's ability to circumvent his way around the city in a logical way. Neurons are also essential for the caliber of the data retention ability and could have been indispensable to the addition of time to our data retention ability. Neurons also helps in discerning highly related memories. For instance, how do you find your car parked in the same parking building every single day in a similar location but in a somewhat ajar position? There have been new findings on the relationship between the science of neurogenesis and clinical depression. When tested within the non-human model of depression involving animals, scientists observed a significant decrease of neurogenesis. It was given a low number of antidepressants and then there was a significant amount of increase of the neurons that are newly born has been found and eventually diminished the symptoms and signs of depression, building an undeniable connection between neurogenesis and clinical depression. Furthermore, when scientists simply stalled neurogenesis, then it basically blocks the potency of the antidepressant. This sometimes happens with cancer survivors. Though they have survived and surpassed cancer, the reason being the cancer medication had halted neoneurons from getting regenerated, there is a high probability that cancer patients also suffers from depression. It requires a good amount of time to regenerate neoneurons to arrive at its usual functions. Scientists believe that neurogenesis is our best chance if we aim to pursue the improvement of the formation our data retention or mood for long-term or even hinder the deterioration that is linked with old age or that is induced by stress. Can we control stress? The answer is yes. Learning, yes, it helps with neurogenesis. Stress, no, does not help with neurogenesis. Sleep deprivation, no, does not help with neurogenesis. Sex, yes, it helps with neurogenesis *, however it is still all a balance. Running, yes, it helps with neurogenesis. The rate of our body's neurogenesis will gradually decelerate as the number of our age increases. However, it is still taking place. In terms of running as a physical activity, well, one of the studies conducted from Salk Institute showed how the habitat and surrounding has an ability to affect the creation of neoneurons. There, they compared an area of the hippocampus of a lab rat. It did not have any wheel or means of physical activity in it with the hippocampus of a lab rat that was housed with a treadmill-like device in its enclosure. The difference in the newborn neurons to be, there was an enormous amount of boost with the black dots that corresponds to the future neoneurons. Therefore, the state of being active has a direct influence on neurogenesis. Your food intake has a direct reaction on the creation of neoneurons present in the hippocampus. Regulate calorie intake of anywhere between 20 to 30%. Fasting intermittently, allowing enough time to pass between meals. Flavonoid intake, which is mostly found in dark chocolates. Fish enriched with omega-3. Food that yields negative impact. Diet rich in high saturated fat. Ethanol, intake of alcohol. Asian demographics who are delighted with food that has rich textures. It has been shown that soft food or food that does not require a lot of chewing may hinder neurogenesis. This data needs to be examined at the cellular level. It was created and formulated using non-human models. This type of diet has been provided to human volunteers of the study. Scientists found out that the dietary behavior can definitely regulate or restrain data retention capability and mood in the similar capacity as it regulates neurogenesis. For example, calorie constraint can enhance data retention capability, whereas diet that is rich in fat can aggravate the signs of clinical depression. If we assess the impact of our dietary behavior towards mental health, on data retention capability, and frame of mind, it is arbitrated by the generation of neoneurons in the hippocampus region. It is imperative to keep in mind, it is not simply about what we consume and digest but also consider the consistency of the surface of the food when it is consumed and the quantity or amount of it is ingested. Neuroscientists still is required to better comprehend the purpose and duty of the neoneurons. Is there a way that its life expectancy and the rate it is regenerating can be managed or controlled? It is imperative that science finds a way to conserve and preserve the neurogenesis of the people who have endured and surpassed cancer. Chapter 4. Strategies to eliminate problems. 10 CBT instantly calming techniques to change your thoughts. There are several tools and techniques currently used in cognitive behavioral therapy in both the therapy context and in daily life. These techniques are evidence-based methods applied to change feelings, thoughts, and behavior and improve the overall life functioning of humanity. The most common tools and techniques of effective CBT practices are outlined below. Journaling. This technique is applied in gathering the moods and thoughts about someone. A journal technique includes a recording of the time of thought or mood, the source of the feeling or thought, the intensity, how the individual reacted to the thought, among other factors. This technique can help in the identification of thought patterns and tendencies of emotions, describe how they occur, and how to cope, change, or adapt with them. Unraveling cognitive distortions. This CBT technique can be applied with or without the support of a therapist. To unravel the cognitive distortions, one must be aware of the distortions they commonly suffer. This also involves identifying and challenging harmful thoughts that frequently affect someone. The thoughts, which are known as cognitive distortions, are ways that the mind convinces one of something that is not true in the actual sense. Such thoughts always reinforce negative thinking and emotions. Cognitive restructuring. After recognizing and understanding the distortions that you hold, you can start to explore how the distortions took root and how you came about believing in them. When you eventually identify a belief that is harmful or destructive, you can start to challenge it. For instance, if you believe that you must earn a lot of money in order to be respected, but you get laid off from your high-paying job, you will start feeling bad about yourself. Rather than accepting this faulty belief, restructuring can help you think about what truly makes someone respectable. Exposure and response prevention. This CBT technique is typically effective for individuals that are experiencing the symptoms of obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. This technique can be utilized through exposing oneself to whatever it is that always elicits a recognized compulsive behavior, but ensuring that you refrain from engaging in the behavior. You can always combine this technique with journaling, or apply journaling in understanding how this tool can make you feel. Interceptive exposure. This CBT technique is commonly used to treat anxiety and panic attacks. It involves the exposure of someone to the feared bodily sensations with the aim of eliciting the response. Interoceptive exposure is intended to help people who suffer from panic symptoms that make them uncomfortable. Rescripting and playing the script until the end. Rescripting, and playing the script until the end, is ways that you can work through anxiety by taking control over the anxious thoughts that you are experiencing within your mind. Often, people find themselves experiencing anxious thoughts and struggling to find ways to work through them. Rather than facing the thoughts and letting them play out, they avoid the thoughts and aggressively try to push them away out of their mind so that they can avoid experiencing such tremendous amounts of anxiety. The problem with pushing away or becoming afraid of your thoughts is that you are giving the thoughts more energy and attention than they need. As a result, they grow larger and feel even scarier, and you find yourself experiencing even more anxiety as a result. If you allow your thoughts to happen naturally and you take a portion of control back, you allow yourself to step away from the anxious experience and instead regain control over your unwanted experience. This can help you begin to experience freedom from your anxiety in a far more positive manner. Using this strategy, you can not only put an end to your anxiety, but you can also put an end to the anxiety that you have about having anxiety, which is often caused by being too afraid to go through the motions of anxiety again. Actually, engaging in these practices requires you to do two things. For rescripting, you want to take your time and identify what your thoughts are and why they are not serving you. Then, you want to start telling your story differently. Rescripting helps you change the course of your thoughts by changing the way your emotions are being felt and observed by your conscious mind. As a result, your emotions may go from feeling overwhelming and scary to feeling reasonable and understood. The more you can lead to you feeling reasonable and understanding, the more you are going to be able to help yourself to improve your response to anxiety. When you play the script until the end, you can engage in rescripting at the same time. However, the goal here is also to understand how scary your thoughts actually are by allowing them to play all the way out until the end. Often, we get hung up on the scary part of thought, which results in us continually feeling as though there is nothing we can do to feel better. If, however, we can recognize that we are getting hung up on these scary parts of the thoughts and we allow ourselves to keep thinking the thought through, then we can see that the thought itself is not entirely scary. You do this by asking yourself, and then what, until you reach a point in your reality where the scary or anxiety-inducing experience would no longer be such a big deal. For example, Let's say you are scared of public speaking because you are afraid that you will stumble over your words, and people will look at you funny. If you keep getting hung up on this part of the experience, then you might grow incredibly afraid of public speaking to the point that you want to cancel your public speaking engagement. If, however, you instead begin to ask yourself, and then what? You can start to become aware of what might happen if you were to stumble on your words, and people looked at you funny. Perhaps you would acknowledge that you would keep speaking, and then you would finish the speech and be done. Or, maybe you would acknowledge that you feel embarrassed, take a breath, and keep going. Whatever the script looks like for you, keep seeing it through until you are at the end so that you are more likely to get to the point where you recognize that no matter what happens, it's not the end of the world. Progressive muscle relaxation. Progressive muscle relaxation, sometimes called PMR, is a type of treatment that aligns with meditation and relaxation in one and actually supports people in bringing peace into their body. For people who are experiencing anxiety, PMR can help you release the tension and tightness that you are carrying within your body so that you can begin to feel more at peace. This gives your body the biofeedback of, "I'm okay," which leads to your anxiety gradually reducing until the point where it is no longer existent. You can engage in PMR by essentially focusing on one area of your body at a time and instructing that area of your body to relax. To engage in proper PMR, you want to focus on starting at either your feet or your head, and you want to instruct every major muscle group on the way to your head or your feet to relax. The more you can do this, the more you are going to find yourself experiencing freedom from the tightness and anxiety that you are carrying within your body. PMR can be done anytime you are experiencing nerves or a busy mind, and it can also be done as a part of a habitual routine to help you release daily stress and anxiety, which is especially important if you are experiencing a generalized anxiety disorder. You can easily engage in PMR on your own, or you can follow a recorded meditation that guides you through PMR if you would like some assistance in navigating this particular relaxation method. Relaxed breathing. Relaxed breathing can help you literally breathe peace into your body by taking back control over your automatic responses and relaxing through them. When you are anxious, your body will immediately begin to tense up, and your breath will grow more shallow. You might even find yourself holding your breath if you are feeling particularly anxious, which can lead to even more challenging experiences. If you can take back control over your breath, you can begin to breathe in a deeper, calmer, and more relaxed manner that encourages your entire body to relax as deeply as possible. Your relaxed breathing can be done on your own or following meditation or guided experience on the internet. These days, many devices like your phone or your smartwatch also have breathing apps built in that can help you intentionally slow down your breath and bring calm back into your body. Following these tools can be extremely helpful in dissipating your anxiety and taking back control, especially if you find yourself experiencing constant and chronic anxiety. Often, seeing the app on your phone or smartwatch can actually trigger calmness, too, because you become so used to that particular tool being used to help slow your breath and calm you down. If you want to do relaxed breathing on your own, you can simply remember an easy breathing rhythm and then intentionally practice that breathing rhythm for 1 entire minute, or until you begin to calm down, whichever comes last. A great and easy to remember breathing rhythm you can use when you are feeling anxious is to breathe in for 5 seconds, hold it for 6 seconds, and exhale for 7 seconds. These numbers are simple to remember, and this rhythm will help you calm yourself down and begin to experience more peace within your body, mind, and emotions relatively quickly. Talking to a loved one. Your anxiety may be your own, but that does not mean that you have to face it alone. For many people, especially those who are facing intense or overwhelming anxiety, having the help of a loved one can be extremely supportive in enabling them to overcome their anxious experiences. You might find that the more you can surround yourself with the support and warmth of loved ones in your life, the more you are going to be able to heal yourself from having troubling anxiety. The reason behind this is that many people succumb to the stigma that anxiety is in any way bad or negative, and so they find themselves experiencing shame and guilt around their anxiety. As a result, they end up holding back and keeping their anxiety to themselves, which can lead to them having even more anxiety. Suffering alone is not helpful, and it can also lead to you having even more challenging experiences. If, however, you take the time to identify who you can talk to that will be able to respect you and help you, and you take the time to work toward actually reaching out to them when you are feeling anxious, you will find yourself feeling far more supported. This way, you no longer feel as though you have to go through anxiety alone, and both you and your support can help you begin to overcome your anxious experiences. Physical exercise. When you get anxious, your body produces a large amount of cortisol and adrenaline. Both of these are meant to stimulate enough energy for you to be able to engage in fight or flight, as needed, so that you can safely remove yourself from the situation that you have perceived to be dangerous. If you are not making use of this influx of energy, you will find yourself experiencing a sense of discomfort in your life because this energy can begin to become overwhelming. Rather than being adequately used, it becomes pent up, and you find yourself feeling worse and worse. If you take the time to engage in physical exercise on a regular basis, it is going to do two things. First, it is going to help you move through that built-up energy so that it does not sit there nagging at you and making you feel worse. If you are feeling incredibly anxious, rather than engaging in fight or flight, you can engage in some light cardio or even a more calming form of exercises like yoga or Tai Chi. Engaging in these types of exercises will help you immediately relieve yourself of the energy that you have built up within you as a result of your anxiety. Aside from helping you relieve yourself from an immediate bout of anxiety, physical exercise is also going to support you with balancing your hormones and supporting your overall sense of well-being. People who exercise on a more regular basis find themselves feeling far more resilient to things like stress and overwhelm, which can be helpful in supporting you with navigating troubling and unwanted experiences with anxiety. This way, you are more likely to feel healthier and more at peace in between bouts of anxiety, and you are more likely to bounce back from your bouts of anxiety with greater ease. Self-monitoring day by day. Avoiding situations that bring you harm is great. But in real life, we both know that that is not always realistic. Life throws plenty of bad situations at you and you can't avoid them all. Therefore, it is essential to develop healthy coping skills for when you do encounter these situations. Situations that stir up mental illness symptoms can be everyday situations that other, healthier people find to be no big deal. But for you, they can feel catastrophic. They can lead you to relapse in your symptoms, after working so hard to overcome those symptoms with CBT. Learning to cope in harmful everyday situations is essential to keep yourself from falling into despair. Anxiety. Many everyday situations that are nothing to healthy people can trigger severe anxiety in some. For instance, a huge crowd at an airport can be stressful for anyone, but it can be disastrous for you if you have agoraphobia or social anxiety. But what if you have to fly for work or to visit a sick relative? You have to be a part of that airport crowd, whether you like it or not. The situation is not ideal for you, but you can use various techniques to cope with your anxiety. The best technique is relaxation. Focus on your breathing. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. By focusing on your breathing, you take your mind off of the stress that surrounds it. Progressive muscle relaxation also is helpful in anxiety-provoking situations. Firstly, start with the muscles in your scalp. Force yourself to relax those muscles. Next, move to your forehead muscles. Keep roving your mind over your body, forcing the relaxation of each of your muscle groups. The relaxation will calm you and the intense mental focus required to perform this exercise will take your mind off of your stress. Some people find tapping to be soothing. You can repeat a mantra to yourself such as, "I will survive this." This is really not so bad, as you tap different parts of your body. The physical action of tapping paired with the repeated affirmation can help trick your mind into believing what you are saying to yourself. Sometimes anxiety can impair your ability to focus on anything. In that case, it is essential to pick a spot on the wall and focus on it intently. Do not chase any other thoughts that enter your head. That spot on the wall is your refuge. Use it to take your mind off of the craziness raging around you and within you. Chapter 5. Identifying problems and setting goals. In CBT, one of the first things you must do is to identify the underlying problem which triggers the negative and unwanted behavior. This is a crucial part of the therapy as it gives you an area to focus all your effort on. It also gives you purpose while you learn how to manage your feelings of anxiety and depression. It is important to understand that people are not exactly alike, even if they have been diagnosed with the same disorder. This makes it very important that every CBT session is tailored to meet the unique needs of the individual. There is no blanket rule that will apply in every situation. For that reason, in order to identify the underlying cause for the negative behavior, you must first get a clear picture of how those negative thoughts fit into the entire picture of life. In the initial visit with the therapist, you will probably be asked a series of questions. One of the first things you and the therapist will work on together is establishing goals. The therapist may not come right out and ask, "What are your goals?" or "What do you want?" but instead may ask something less obvious, a question that will compel you to think deeply about your answer. For example, they may ask you what your reason is for seeking therapy, or why you feel you need help. The reason for this is that we are rarely honest with ourselves. The first answer that comes to mind doesn't even address or identify the true nature of our problems. The real answers are often buried deep inside of us, and without some serious inward analysis of ourselves, the true answers may never actually come to the fore. You could answer this question with the obvious. Many might respond with, "My wife told me to come," or "I need help," but those answers don't really explain the real reason why you came. Chances are, if your wife told you to come, it is most likely because you are demonstrating certain behaviors she finds disturbing. This is a good reason for you to sit down and seriously consider why you're seeking out a therapist, as that could be the first step in helping you get down to the root of your problem. How to identify negative thought patterns when they present themselves. Chances are, even after the initial session, you may not have gotten to the core of your problem, but you will begin to think a little differently about identifying it. Whatever your problem is, you've gotten pretty good at covering it up, or you overcame it at some point. You also need to identify those tactics you use to handle your behavior, and the odds are high that if you look underneath these strong points you put forward every day, you'll find the root of your problem. In this period of retrospection, it's important to take an honest view of your life and where you're heading. Look closely at how your anxiety and depression are affecting your behavior. Again, you have to start looking below the surface to reveal these behaviors, which may be obvious to other people, but it may not be so apparent to you. Your negative behavior may appear in different areas of your life. Relationships. Some may be struggling with a difficult marriage. However, the underlying problem is not necessarily the marriage but in behaviors demonstrated in the marriage. If you're depressed, that may present itself as being very irritable, distant, or uninterested. Whether you're talking about a marriage, parent/child relationship, or a friendship, these kinds of behaviors over an extended period of time can really cause damage to a strong bond. Anxiety also is not easily identified in your relationship. Without knowing how it is affecting you, it can be very difficult to see. Neither anxiety nor depression have clear signs that say, "I'm anxious or stressed," or, "This is me being depressed." They are hidden emotions that appear in a myriad of ways that affect your behavior. You may have lost someone many years ago, friends moved away, lost some jobs, or trust was broken. These things do not have to be recent, as they can be experiences buried deep in your subconscious. However, since they were never addressed, these experiences are resurfacing to damage your present life. Career. How you behave at work can reveal many things about yourself. Whether you're a work-at-home mom, or you're a corporate executive, if you have unidentified anxiety and depression, your relationships at work are going to suffer. Are you happy with your work? Do you wake up eager to get started, or do you feel like it is nothing but a tiresome chore, and you feel too unmotivated to perform your tasks? Some people feel as if they are overworked, others may feel bored, and others may feel unfulfilled. Often, issues with money come up when thinking about work. You may thoroughly enjoy your work but are not satisfied because the money is not enough, or you may be working on a job that you hate because it pays the money you need. Understanding these things will help you identify the underlying problem hidden beneath the surface. Spirituality. There is a big difference between having spirituality and having a religion. Many people feel this is the same and struggle with the inner self as a result. Religion is the belief of certain tenets or teachings, whereas spirituality is what gives your life purpose. How are you meeting that spiritual need? Most people find it by connecting to something more powerful than themselves, such as a supreme being of the universe. Other people fulfill it through humanitarian efforts. If your spiritual self is not being fulfilled, it can leave you with a feeling of emptiness that no amount of money, relationship, or status in life can fill. Our personal sense of identity is closely connected to this, so it is well worth contemplating where we are in respect to our spirituality. Physical well-being. Our physical health can also have an impact on our behavior. When we are not strong and healthy, it can have a deep impact on our emotions and mental state of mind. Even if we are relatively strong but are not physically active, it can have a strong negative impact on us. If you are dealing with chronic health problems, or you're just too busy to maintain your physical health, it could be the trigger to many of your negative behaviors. Drugs and alcohol. Any kind of mood-altering substances can greatly affect your thought processes. If you find that you need to infuse yourself regularly with drugs, alcohol, or any other substance to get through the day, it could be a sign of depression or anxiety. Try to think if any of your family or friends pointed out that you might have a problem. Do you come home every day needing a drink? While you may not be an alcoholic, as some may think, your depression or anxiety may have led you to develop a dependence on these substances in order to cope with the daily stress of life. Food. Many people are stress eaters. They eat because they are stressed, unhappy, or bored. How does eating make you feel? Other people may have other fears that may be evident in their relationship with food. A poor self-image could cause you to not eat for fear of gaining too much weight. A poor self-image could also cause you to overeat, as you see it as comfort food, the only thing you have that makes you feel good. Rest. The body is a highly efficient machine, but it can't run indefinitely. Like all machines, it needs to be refueled, and it needs to rest. If you're not getting enough rest every day or sleeping too much, this can cause problems. Some people naturally wake up the moment the sun rises, while others have to put up a struggle just to wake up. Others may fall asleep quickly but wake up in the middle of the night and cannot fall back to sleep again. What keeps you from getting your rest? Noisy dogs in the neighborhood, loud music, traffic, children, snoring, health problems, or worry. Many of these things could be perfectly normal, while others could be a sign of anxiety or depression. Recreation. Everyone needs downtime from the rigors of daily life. If we have become so busy that we have no time to unwind or enjoy life, our mental state can suffer. Our brains and our bodies need to recharge to stay balanced. Many people who work second jobs to take care of their financial responsibilities or are constantly moving from sunrise to sunset so they can manage the necessary things in life, will eventually suffer from anxiety or depression. If you have no free time or can't find time to slow down and relax, eventually, it will take its toll on you. Even if you have free time, but you can't let your mind relax, you are always thinking of the next task you've got to do, and you can't enjoy your break. This could be a trigger that is causing your negative behavior. Hopefully, these points have made you look deeper into yourself and your behavior to help you identify the underlying triggers behind your negative behavior. After this type of contemplation, your mind is probably spinning in different directions. Now is the time to set some goals that will help you get your life back on track. Setting goals. As you went through the list, You probably saw signs of anxiety and depression in your behavior that you had never noticed before. So, you now have a clearer picture of the things you'd like to change. It is difficult to set goals when you don't know yourself or what your real problem is, but once you've gone through these points, you'll have a clear and honest picture of who you really are and, hopefully, a good idea of how you'd like to change. So, what is it about you that needs to be adjusted so that your behavioral patterns can become more positive? When it comes to developing your goals, use these points to help you. Don't just think about what you'd like to do. Our behavior can only change when our thinking changes. So, think in terms of how you want to adjust your life and how you feel about different things. While the words of those close to you may weigh on your mind, you must think in terms of what you want to achieve. This is your life, and the goals must be yours. If you are reflecting someone else's wants and desires, you'll quickly lose interest, and before long, you'll give up. The goals you set will be the basis for each session you have, and it will also serve as the foundation for a plan that will help you change your thought processes and behavior. Throughout the rest of this program, you will refer to your goal list several times a week, make adjustments, and as long as you follow through, you will see modest changes take effect very quickly. How to replace poor coping strategies with more effective ones. There are many things that can cause depression and anxiety. Circumstances that are beyond our control can take away our feeling of autonomy, that feeling that we are not in control and that we don't have the freedom to make our own choices. There are three things that we must have in our lives to give us satisfaction: autonomy, connections, and abilities. When these things are prominent in our lives, we are happier and have a greater sense of fulfillment. When they are absent, negative feelings begin to appear. We feel ashamed though we've done nothing wrong, we feel depressed, and if we don't have those connections our psychological mind craves, loneliness sets in. Many who seek out CBT often complain about similar feelings. They are usually in high-stress situations, they do not feel recognized or appreciated for the things they do, and are often isolated from those people they truly want in their lives. When that happens, their energy levels begin to drop, and the mental, emotional, and spiritual side of them starts to starve. This is the point when changing behavior is crucial to healing the whole person. It's time to focus on the positive behavior needed in order to set things right. You might be wondering if these negative behaviors are triggered by our thoughts. Why exactly do we even need to focus on behavior in therapy? This is a logical question and certainly deserves discussion. First, getting people to do things they enjoy is far simpler than getting them to change their viewpoints. For example, getting people to stay within the speed limit is a lot easier than getting them to believe that there is a legitimate reason for the law. Many will comply with the law to avoid getting a ticket, but that doesn't necessarily mean they believe it is justified. Another important fact to consider is that it instantly addresses those innate needs we all have. By making small adjustments in behavior, such as getting people to do things they thoroughly enjoy, we can get the brain to produce endorphins and trigger an antidepressant effect. Besides all of that, it can work on our inner thoughts and help dispel some of the negative thinking that our minds are stuck in. This aspect of therapy is referred to as behavioral activation and focuses on changing your actions to do something more positive. At this point, you've simply identified that you feel anxious and depressed. You may not know exactly what makes you feel this way, but it is really unimportant. The key component here is that you have to start doing things that give you enjoyment and pull yourself out of the rut you're in. The reason for this is because there could be 1,000 things buried deep in your psyche that could trigger depression, but it's your response to this negative feeling that is causing the behavior. It is normal for a depressed person to isolate themselves, almost as if they were punishing themselves for feeling emotions. They don't speak to their friends or family, they stop doing the things they enjoy, and they fail to find purpose in anything that they do. For that reason, you are the only person who is capable of creating this plan of action. Take your time with this, as it must be based on the things that you think are the most important to you and will give you that sense of purpose, value, and worthiness. Short-term versus long-term rewards. Even though doing things we enjoy is easier, for someone who is dealing with anxiety and depression, it can be quite a challenge. It is pretty simple to write down on a piece of paper that you want to spend more time with family and friends, but it is another thing to break the negative cycle you're in. To accomplish this, you need to look at both the short-term and the long-term rewards. Most will reach out for the short-term rewards because they get immediate satisfaction. For example, you receive an invitation to go to the movies with friends. Your immediate reaction is to take advantage of the short-term rewards and hibernate in your home instead. You can watch your favorite TV show on Netflix and just chill out. You might be thinking, it's too much of a bother to get dressed and go out. I could stay home and just watch some TV. I have food in my fridge. In this scenario, you feel very comfortable in your little cocoon, and you don't want to deal with the stress involved with leaving it. It is your safe place, and you are content with putting yourself there. However, if your goals are set to open up and let more people into your life, you'll change your behavior and join your friends for dinner and a movie. After all, you do enjoy movies and spending time with your friends. If you choose short-term rewards, you'll feel good for an evening, perhaps even a day, but it wouldn't get you any closer to your goals. You'll feel even worse because you knew you really wanted to go out with your friends anyway. So, how do we learn how to choose long-term goals over the short-term ones? There are some basic strategies we can try. Go back to your list of goals you created and choose which ones you value the most. Create a list of activities that support those values. Make a plan to incorporate those activities into your routine. It could look something like this. I value living in a beautiful home. Clean my living room so I'll feel comfortable having people over. Get my decorating kit and add some color to my house. You may reach a point where you actually complete the positive activities you have on your list, but there should never be a point where you actually meet your values 100%. Values will always have something that you need to work on, whereas activities are the actions that you do to satisfy your values. It's a good idea to create a list of those things that you consider to be important in your life. Again, for everyone it is different, so when you create this list, think only of the things that you think are important and make you feel good. Chapter 6. The behavioral side of CBT. Behavioral activation. Thus far, we've focused on the cognitive aspects of cognitive behavioral therapy. Behavioral changes are the other essential part of cognitive behavioral therapy. One strategy is known as behavioral activation, which aims to increase participation in pleasurable activities and events that improve mood. Especially for depression, avoidance of activities can worsen the condition by deepening isolation and reinforcing negative beliefs. This leads to increased avoidance in a vicious cycle. Behavioral activation can help break it. For depression and other conditions, increasing activity can improve mood in multiple ways. First, it addresses avoidance coping mechanisms that deepen depression, anxiety, and phobias. Second, it can increase feelings of self-confidence, usefulness, and meaning by helping you engage in meaningful activities. Finally, by encouraging physical activity, it can bring about some of the physiological changes that improve mood. Surprisingly, engaging in these types of activities can improve mood even when you don't want to do them. To quote the Talmud, one who seeks to improve, the way is opened for him. Behavioral activation can include a wide range of activities, like exercising, meeting with friends, attending a club, and going to cultural or sporting events, as well as some essential life tasks like taking care of the home or doing taxes. Less pleasant activities like doing taxes or cleaning are important to improving mood through creating a sense of accomplishment and overcoming avoidance. For pleasant activities, behavioral activation can include a mixture of old and new. Keep in mind that behavioral activation is different for anxiety and depression. For those suffering from low mood, avoidance of situations might be done out of a lack of energy or a belief that the person will not enjoy it. Thus, simply going to an event can improve mood by creating a feeling of accomplishment, even if the person did not like it and especially if he or she does enjoy it. For people with anxiety, avoidance may be due to fear of some aspect of the situation. In this case, behavioral activation can focus on physical activity and pleasant, meaningful activities that help reduce stress, while anxiety-inducing situations can be addressed with gradual exposure and a variety of other relaxation techniques. The first step is identifying activities to include in your behavioral activation plan. Focus first on pleasant activities. Think about hobbies and activities that you enjoyed in the past but stopped doing, things you do now but would like to do more of, and activities that you have never tried but think you would enjoy. You can also think about things that you would like to accomplish, rather than things that seem pleasant. Getting things done can be a powerful factor for mood improvement. Think about tasks that you need to do to improve your life, such as getting forms, bills, or paperwork in order, fixing things around the house, or making and going to appointments. Similarly, service activities like volunteering can help create a sense of usefulness and value to the community. The most important thing is finding activities that feel meaningful and important to you, otherwise you are unlikely to follow through. Some possible ideas include spending time with friends or family or visiting neighbors. Joining a club or group related to anything that interests you, language, film, politics, and so on. Attending services at a place of worship. Attending sporting events, concerts, or cultural events. Getting a pet or playing with a friend's pet. Going out to eat at a restaurant. Doing yoga, meditation, or relaxation activities. Doing puzzles, crosswords, or other brain games. Spending time outside walking, biking, hiking, fishing, or gardening. Getting physical activity in an enjoyable way, at a gym, at fitness classes, or at home joining a recreational sports team. Volunteering for a charity, school, faith group, arts organization, or environmental cause. Taking lessons, music, art, cooking, language, martial arts, community education classes, and so on. Doing hobbies on your own, reading, art, knitting, singing, outdoors, crafts, cars, and so on. Doing home improvement projects. Doing tasks like taxes, renewing a license, and so on that give you a sense of accomplishment. The second step is setting goals and creating a plan for how you will incorporate these activities into your schedule. Select 1 to 3 activities that you would like to incorporate. Keep it to a reasonable amount of time per week, such as one longer activity every other day or a short daily activity. You can increase activities in the future if you feel more energetic or find ones you particularly enjoy. Then, assess how much time the activity will take, and figure out where it will work best in your schedule. Set a date in the near future to start the activity, and do it. For example, you might wish to spend more time in nature, something you know you will enjoy. You could also begin volunteering at a soup kitchen in the neighborhood, something you wanted to do in the past. You may remember there is a large park 10 minutes or so from your home. You could then call and find out that the soup kitchen needs volunteers for a 2-hour time slot on Saturday mornings. You could decide that the best time to walk in the park is on the way home from work, and set aside half an hour on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 5 to 5:30 to walk. You might then confirm a volunteering time from 9 to 11 o'clock on Saturdays and agree to start next week. As you make your plan, list obstacles and how you will overcome them. For example, if you have to work late sometimes and will miss an after-work group activity or a chance to take a bike ride, is there another time in the day or week that you can go? If not, come up with other activities that work better. There could also be issues of bad weather, traffic, family responsibilities, or other problems, but don't let these derail your plan. In addition, come up with a list of facilitators, or things that will encourage you to complete the activity. Perhaps you can call a friend to walk with you, as knowing that someone is expecting you will increase your chances of completing the activity. Or maybe your employer offers a reward program for physical activity. Maybe your spouse is especially supportive, and you can ask him or her to encourage you to attend a weekly club. Write down anything you think might be helpful. Ancient wisdom comes in handy even here. While developing a sense of gratitude helps free us from a delusional ego, doing charity enhances our self-worth. All the major religions provide the required motivation for altruism. It is important to give away a part of what you earn to the less fortunate. Hinduism, for instance, places additional emphasis on doing your dharma, or duty, and care for others. Generosity is one of the pillars of the spiritual path, and the benefits of this attribute have been substantiated by scientific research. When done over a period of time, charity makes the giver feel good about himself or herself, building self-esteem. Graded exposure. Another behavior change strategy is called graded exposure, a way to learn how to face situations that make you feel stress or fear. This essentially means that you start with an activity that is relatively unstressful and become comfortable with it before building up to activities that are moderately stressful, and finally to ones that at first seemed highly stressful. For example, let's say you're afraid of dogs, to the point where taking a walk in a city park is highly stressful. You would begin by making a list of activities related to dogs in order of how scary or anxiety-producing each one is, and then move down the list, allowing the anxiety to reduce by half before beginning the next activity. You might start by watching a documentary about dogs or viewing videos of friendly dogs online. Later you might go to a pet store and look at puppies. The following week you could ask to hold or play with a small puppy. Then you might call a friend with a calm, gentle dog and ask to spend some time with it in a controlled, relaxed situation. Over a period of weeks, you could call a friend with a more energetic dog, spend time watching dogs playing at a dog park, and finally, go to a dog park with a friend that owns a dog. You would repeat each of these activities several times per week, continuing the activity until anxiety peaked and receded, for as long as was needed. To feel comfortable in the situation. There are several important aspects of this process. First of all, it should be gradual. Choose a beginning activity that is relatively non-threatening, and slowly work up to scarier situations. It should be a challenging but not traumatic process. Secondly, it's important to give yourself plenty of time in each situation to allow the anxiety to dissipate, rather than removing yourself from the situation before anxiety peaks. In this vein, make sure you avoid any distractions. In many cases, breathing exercises and music are helpful ways to deal with anxiety. In this case, though, the goal is to fully face the experience so that you can experience the anxiety and realize that it will diminish with time. The activity also needs to be repeated often, about 3 to 5 times per week, for full effectiveness. You can take as long as you need on each step, but try to move on to the next step once anxiety or fear has decreased by at least half. Addressing maladaptive coping mechanisms. Putting a stop to maladaptive coping mechanisms is another important behavioral dimension of CBT. As we've discussed, CBT encourages participation in activities that improve mood. Similarly, it discourages doing things that lead to lowered moods, either directly or indirectly. Sometimes people suffering from anxiety, depression, or other types of mental illness find coping mechanisms that make it easier to deal with the unpleasant feelings. Some coping mechanisms are fine and healthy, others are destructive. Some may also worsen anxiety or depression in the long term, even if they aren't directly harmful. For example, taking a brisk walk when you feel anxious could be a good coping mechanism. Avoiding situations that cause anxiety, such as giving presentations, may not harm you directly but will cause problems in the future by limiting your opportunities and worsening anxiety related to that situation. Drinking heavily when you feel anxious, on the other hand, is both directly and indirectly harmful and could lead to disastrous consequences. Maladaptive coping mechanisms include drinking heavily or with the intention of dulling negative feelings, using illegal drugs, abusing prescription or over-the-counter medications, using other behaviors, such as sex or partying, to alter mood, mentally or emotionally disengaging from difficult situations. avoiding difficult situations, sleeping excessively, engaging in self-harm, having an eating disorder, engaging in excessive attention-seeking, being in denial, taking out anger, aggression, or frustration on people around you. In some cases, we keep doing behaviors that are harmful or that increase anxiety and depression in the long term because they provide some kind of short-term benefit. For example, drinking, drug use, or sex can provide some kind of escape for a person who is experiencing extreme stress in his or her life. Similarly, an eating disorder may provide a temporary sense of control for someone who feels that his or her life is out of control. It's important to think about what short-term benefits encourage you to continue these types of behaviors. Do they help you in some way or help you avoid something? Do they provide a rush or an escape? Do they get you attention or other things that feel good? Maladaptive behaviors like this are common, and having them doesn't mean you're a bad or weak person. Identifying these behaviors and why you do them helps you in two ways. It highlights the actions that need to be avoided and focuses you on the underlying problem that you need to address. Stopping the use of maladaptive coping mechanisms can increase anxiety in the short term but ultimately helps reduce both anxious feelings and low mood. This is because continuing to avoid a stressful situation teaches your mind that avoidance equals reduced stress, and encourages you to be more afraid of it. If you face the situation, anxiety will peak but then decline as you realize that you are okay. The next time, the peak will be a little lower, and so on, until the situation feels manageable. However, if you avoid it each time, anxiety associated with the situation will remain high and even increase. Chapter 7. Mindfulness. We dive into mindfulness, the third wave in CBT alongside cognitive and behavioral practices. Mindfulness has emerged in the past few decades as a powerful way to maintain our equilibrium as we deal with difficult emotions. Matt didn't know how much more of this he could take. For the past few nights he'd been working to transition his infant daughter to falling asleep in her crib rather than while being rocked, and it wasn't going as smoothly as he'd hoped. She should be asleep by now, he thought to himself as his daughter continued to babble away. He had gone into her room once already to resettle her and thought she was close to drifting off when he left. But a minute later he heard her very awake-sounding voice through the baby monitor. A few minutes later her babbles turned to crying. Matt knew he'd have to settle her again. He shook his head as he entered her room, hoping she couldn't sense his irritation. He looked forward to finally getting to watch his TV show in peace as he patted her back, rolling his eyes and gritting his teeth in the darkness. What is mindfulness? If you pay attention to what your mind is doing, you'll notice two strong tendencies. The mind focuses on things other than what is happening right now. Most of the time we're thinking about events that have already happened or that might happen in the future. Thus our well-being is often affected by things that have little to do with the moment in which we find ourselves. The mind continually evaluates our reality as good or bad. It does so based on whether things are working out the way we want them to. We try to cling to circumstances we like and push away those we dislike. These tendencies are part of what it means to be human. They can also cause us problems and needless suffering. Focusing on the future can lead to worry and anxiety, most often about things that will never happen. Ruminating on events from the past can lead to distress and regret about things that are no longer in our control. In the process, we miss the once-in-a-lifetime experience that each moment offers. We don't really take in the people around us, the natural beauty of our surroundings, or the sights, sounds, and other sensations that are here right now. Our constant and automatic effort to judge things as either for us or against us also creates unnecessary pain. We often end up resisting things we don't like, even when such resistance is futile. A perfect example is raging against the weather. No amount of cursing the rain will make it stop, and will only frustrate ourselves in the process. The practice of mindfulness offers an antidote to both of these habits. Presence. Mindfulness is as simple as bringing our awareness to the present. That's it. If you're walking the dog, pay attention to that experience. If you're having lunch, focus on having lunch. If you're arguing with your partner or embracing afterward, be fully in that experience. Sometimes when we learn what mindfulness is, we say, I already know that I'm walking the dog. I know I'm having lunch. How is that supposed to be helpful? But mindfulness is more than knowing that we're doing something. It's about going deeper, intentionally cultivating a connection with our experience. We don't just walk the dog, we notice the color of the sky, the feel of the ground under our feet, the sounds our dog makes, and the periodic pulls on the leash. It's opening our awareness to elements of our experience that we normally miss. At the same time, a mindful approach doesn't require that we do anything in addition to what we're engaging in. If we're running, we're running. If we're driving, we're driving. People sometimes protest that being mindful in certain situations would be distracting, even dangerous. In fact, the opposite is true. We're safer and less distracted when our attention is fixed on what we're doing. Simply being present in our lives accomplishes two things at once. First, it allows us to get more out of what's happening, so we don't sleepwalk through our lives. We can discover the richness in our reality, even in the most mundane activities. Second, when we're present, we're not ruminating about the past or fearing the future, which is a big part of why mindfulness practice reduces anxiety and depression. So much of our unhappiness arises from things that have nothing to do with what's real in this moment. For example, I was walking home from the train one evening and started thinking about my children's health. Before I knew it, I was imagining a tragic scenario in which one of them was gravely sick, and I began to feel anxious and downcast as though it were already happening. When I caught myself and came back to the present, I noticed what was real: the lengthening light, the birds flying, the green grass, and blue sky. My kids were healthy as far as I knew. I didn't have to live in my tragic fantasy. It was hard not to smile with that realization as I headed home to see them. Acceptance. The second core feature of mindful awareness is acceptance, which means opening to our experience as it unfolds. After a couple miserable nights, Matt realized he needed a new perspective on his daughter's bedtime. The next night he decided to try a different approach. What if he let the night play out however it was going to? It's not like his resistance made things better, it was making him frustrated toward his baby every night. He resolved to do his best to help her fall asleep, and to release his fierce attachment to controlling exactly when that happened. The first time his daughter began to cry, Matt took a calming breath before going into her room. Instead of telling himself, "I hate this," or "This is ridiculous," he thought, "This is what's happening right now." Then he took stock of what that statement actually meant. He was standing by the crib of his baby girl, whom he loved more than words. He was patting her tiny back, which was the size of his hand. He could hear her breathing begin to slow. He realized how in that moment he had no real complaint about anything. He wasn't cold, hungry, thirsty, or in danger. His daughter was healthy. She just wasn't asleep yet. Maybe things were exactly as they ought to be. Matt's example reveals important corollaries of mindful acceptance. First, it doesn't mean we stop having preferences for how things go. Of course, Matt still wanted his baby to fall asleep quickly and easily, and wanted to have more of the evening to himself to unwind. Accepting meant holding those preferences more lightly, and not assuming his daughter was doing something wrong by not being asleep when he wanted her to be. Accordingly, Matt didn't throw in the towel and stop following the bedtime routine he and his wife had agreed on to transition their baby to falling asleep on her own in her crib. He stuck to his plan, offering predictability and consistency while recognizing that he couldn't control his daughter's sleep. When we stop fighting against the way things are, we relieve an enormous portion of our stress. Earlier in my career I had a very difficult supervisor, and I often found myself tied up in my thoughts as I tried to make sense of how unreasonable she was. Finally, I reached a point of accepting that she could just be difficult, period. My acceptance didn't change her behavior, but it did free me from acting as if she were doing something surprising. She was simply being true to form. A crucial part of acceptance is that it lets us respond appropriately to the facts in front of us. My acceptance of my boss's temperament made it clear to me that I needed to find work elsewhere, which underscores the distinction between acceptance and apathy. Benefits of Mindfulness. Training in mindfulness helps with a wide range of conditions. A partial list includes anxiety, attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, chronic pain, depression, eating disorders, excessive anger, insomnia, obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, relationship difficulties, smoking cessation, and stress. Many treatment programs have been developed that integrate mindfulness practices into CBT. One of the first was mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, for depression, developed by psychologists Zindel Siegel, John Teasdale, and Mark Williams. These developers reasoned that the tools of mindfulness were well suited to remedy some of the factors that contribute to depression. For example, practicing paying attention to one's internal experience could strengthen one's ability to detect early warning signs of depression, like unrealistic negative automatic thoughts. MBCT includes elements of traditional CBT for depression and integrates training in mindfulness to protect against relapse. Much of the training focuses on using mindful awareness to notice problematic thoughts. It also emphasizes learning a different relationship with our thoughts. We can learn to recognize them as simply thoughts rather than something we need to react to. Multiple studies have shown that MBCT achieves this aim. For example, a study by Teasdale, Siegel, Williams, and their colleagues found that among individuals with recurrent depression, MBCT reduced the risk for relapse by nearly half versus the comparison group that received treatments other than MBCT, e.g., antidepressant medication, other types of psychotherapy. Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, ACT, developed by Stephen Hayes, has also received strong research support for treating several conditions like depression, anxiety, and chronic pain. As the name suggests, it emphasizes acceptance of our experience in the service of committing to action that supports our values. Closely related to ACT is acceptance-based behavioral therapy, designed by Susan Orsillo and Elizabeth Romer to treat generalized anxiety disorder. And the best-tested treatment for borderline personality disorder, a debilitating and difficult-to-treat condition, includes a strong mindfulness component to address the difficulty handling the strong emotion that is part of this diagnosis. Mindfulness clearly has beneficial effects on many psychological issues. How does this approach lead to improvements? How mindfulness helps? There are several ways in which mindfulness practice produces its benefits: greater awareness of our thoughts and emotions. When we practice paying attention more and opening to our reality, we begin to know ourselves better. We give ourselves the space required to recognize how we're thinking and feeling, and, because we accept reality as it is, we don't deny our own experience. Better control of our emotions, greater awareness of our internal experiences helps us interrupt unhelpful trains of thought like rumination and resentment. Adopting a present focus also tends to be calming, which can loosen the grip of runaway emotions. A different relationship with our thoughts. Our minds are continuously generating thoughts. As we allow these thoughts to come and go during mindfulness practice, we start to give less weight to them. We learn that they are simply ideas created by our minds, and not necessarily a reflection of anything meaningful. Decreased reactivity. As our relationship with our thoughts evolves, we become less prone to habitual reactions, which are often not in our best interest. Mindfulness can provide a pause before we act on our initial impulse, giving us enough time to choose a response that fits our goals and values. How can we practice mindfulness? Like any habit, being more mindful takes practice. There are two major categories of mindfulness practice: activities designed specifically to engage mindful awareness and bringing mindfulness to our ordinary life activities. Formal mindfulness practices. The most common formal mindfulness technique is sitting meditation. It involves choosing something to focus on for a set amount of time and opening to the experience as it unfolds moment by moment. The most common target of focus is our breath, which is always with us and always happening in the present. Inevitably, our attention will drift to other times and places, or we'll start engaging in judgments of how we're doing or whether we like meditating. The practice is simply to return to our intended focus once we realize we've lost it. This focus on coming back to our present moment, without criticizing our minds for wandering, is the essence of meditation. Other common types of meditation can entail a focus on bodily sensations, body scan meditation, ambient sounds, or wishes of health and contentment toward ourselves and others, loving-kindness meditation. Formal practices also include more active exercises like yoga and Tai Chi. In yoga, for example, we can pay attention to the physical sensations of the poses, including the breath that's synchronized with our movement. We can also practice acceptance of the discomfort we sometimes feel in challenging postures, which can lead to either staying in the pose and breathing with the discomfort or changing our position if necessary. Awareness and acceptance promote choice. Loving kindness. How to start meditating. The idea of meditation is simple, but the practice of it typically is not easy. When we sit down to meditate, the mind often decides it has other things to do. Common reactions when we start to meditate include feeling a bit bored, feeling frustrated, wanting to stop, suddenly remembering things you've been meaning to do, having countless thoughts clamoring for your attention. None of these experiences means you're doing something wrong or can't meditate, so stick with it. It can help to keep the following things in mind for your meditation practice. You're not bad at meditating. We'll lose our focus again and again while we meditate. If you think you're bad at it, think again. Meditation is simply refinding our focus as many times as we lose it. We don't have to buy into the self-critical thoughts that intrude into our meditation sessions. The goal is not to become good at meditating. It's easy to bring the habit of judging to our mindfulness practice, which can make meditation both punishing and disappointing. The point of meditation is simply to focus on the present and to let go of judgments. Let go of attachment to a specific outcome. You probably have expectations of what meditation will be like, having a clear and settled mind, for example, and could strive to make the experience match what you expect. But in reality, we never know what we'll experience during meditation. We can practice opening to whatever happens in a particular session. There are many ways to meditate. Here's a simple plan to get started. 1. Practice meditation when you're able to stay awake and alert. 2. Find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed, and remove possible distractions like your phone. 3. Choose a comfortable seat on the floor, in a chair, or anywhere else. If you sit on the floor, you can raise your hips with a blanket or a yoga block if that's more comfortable. 4. Close your eyes if you wish, or keep them open and fixed on the floor a few feet in front of you. 5. Practice with or without a recording. Set a timer if you do it without. 5 minutes is a good starting point. Keep the timer out of sight. 6. Begin to notice the sensations of breathing, paying attention to them for the full length of your inhalation and exhalation. 7. Bring your attention back to the breath each time you realize your mind has wandered. 8. There are many apps and free online meditations available if you prefer a guided meditation. Aura and Insight Timer, for example, are free meditation apps available for iOS and Android systems. Finally, as with anything else, maintain a light touch. Meditation practice is for you, so beware of making it yet another chore to cross off your list. Chapter 8. Procrastination. One of the significant effects of social anxiety is that it causes one to fail in deliberating on duties and transfer them to a later day. In other words, procrastination becomes the order of the day. However, it is worth noting that with procrastination, the expectations are never met. The fear, as well as the sensation of being anxious sets in. In other words, the victim starts feeling as if they are a failure in the collective and loses focus. More time is wasted as they try to recollect themselves up. More fear sets in and the victim may end up being restless. Improper management of time is the primary cause of procrastination. In other words, the lack of planning causes individuals to keep working over the same issues and forget about others. For instance, scholars may spend more time with the subjects they like and forget about the others. In other words, they may end up forgetting that all the items will be examined in the long run. The sensations bring more fear and restless. In most cases, the realization that all the aspects will be tested in the long run causes most of the scholars to be anxious about the result. In most cases, the tensing moment tends to escalate when there is no time left to deliberate on all issues. The fear of failure then worsens the situation. In most cases, when the scholars realize that they haven't done all that is supposed to be done, the feeling of loss of hope and expectations of failure sets in. They start figuring about the failure they are about to experience. In other words, they start thinking of what society expects from them. The feeling of anxiety sets in, and they may not be able to deliberate on issues effectively. Social anxiety may affect the way people lead their lives. In other words, the perception or rather the sensations that people have over someone tend to change the way one relates to society. For instance, if society expects excellence in terms of academics from you, you have to work hard and meet all their expectations. In such cases, there is a sensation of fear or rather the feeling of anxiety that sets in. One starts to fear what society will judge their actions or results. In most cases, the victim becomes restless and quickly loses focus over issues at hand. They may start desiring to meet the expectations of their peers as well as the rest of society and in the long run, lose their purpose. The aspect creates some sense of irresponsibility that acts as a significant cause of failure and total loss when one is having extreme anxiety over anything. Our thoughts are interconnected with our feelings and behaviors. The way we think affects both how we feel and act. The first step toward recovering from negativity is identifying various negative thinking patterns. When you take note of your negative thoughts, you get a better understanding of your mind and emotions and are in a much better position to develop positive thoughts. Some types of negative thoughts include, "I'm so stupid," "I'm so foolish," and "I'm unlucky." If you find it difficult to be introspective and admit to your negative thoughts, you should ask a trusted friend or family member to keep track of your negative ways of thought. Find out the causes of your negative thought patterns. The next challenge is to identify the sources of your negative thoughts. For instance, if one of your negative thoughts is, "I'm ugly, no one likes me." Try to understand the action or event that triggered this thought. Being good at identifying the causes of our negative thoughts calls us to be introspective. Maybe the source of your negative thought is your childhood abuse. If a close family member told you that you are not beautiful, you might have taken it to heart, and have been since looking for evidence to support your flawed belief. A member of the opposite sex might look at you with a frown, for other reasons of course, but you will still deduct from their facial expression that they find you ugly. Highlight unhelpful thought patterns. It is one thing having negative thought patterns, and it is another having unhelpful thought patterns. These are also known as core beliefs. The unhelpful thought patterns are ingrained into a person's psyche. Unhelpful thought patterns tend to be divorced from reality. For instance, if you have been telling yourself, "I'm stupid," for long enough, it will cease being just a negative thought and graduate into a core belief. This will lead you to automatically shunning opportunities and people that you consider too smart for you. List down the consequences of your negative thoughts. To be more involved in actively changing your negative thought patterns, you have to identify the consequences that you suffer. For instance, if your negative thought, "I'm foolish," causes you to detach yourself from your peers or stops you from going for the opportunities that you deserve, take note of these consequences so that you may increase your resolve to change your situation. At one point, you will have had enough and decide that you want to change. You may also list down past negative experiences and consequences that occurred as a result of negative thinking patterns. Keep a record of your thoughts. Using a worksheet, track the number of negative thoughts that you experience on a daily or weekly basis. Also, note down the ideas that support a thought and the ideas that do not support a thought. For instance, if one of your negative thoughts is, "I'm a loser," ideas that do not support this negative thought include, "I'm a great person," "I have a sharp mind," and "I don't need everyone to like me." Try to determine the days during which you experience low cases of negative thought patterns and the days when the negativity shoots through the roof. Avoid negative language. Create a list of negative words that you use often. For instance, "can't" and "won't," and make a conscious decision of using more balanced words like "sometimes" or "most of the time." When you have a negative way of thinking, it affects even the language you use. But you must make a conscious effort to alter this situation. By developing a language that promotes positivity, you will be sending a message to your brain to challenge its negative thinking patterns. Explore the connection between your emotions and negative thoughts. Whenever you experience a negative emotion, start by questioning the thought behind it. For instance, if you get anxious or depressed, go back to the thought that you just had. You will find that the thought was depressive in nature. For instance, you might have wondered why you have taken so long to achieve success or why you haven't settled, or you might have just thought that you're not good enough. Always monitor your thoughts and take notice of the negative thoughts. When you catch a negative thought early enough, it is easy to amend it. For example, instead of thinking, "I'm not good enough" by means of a mantra, you want to think, "I'm a great person." Choose positive explanations. No matter how your actions appear conventionally terrible, you can always rationalize them. For instance, if you had a child while you're still young, instead of looking at it as throwing your dreams away, look at it as bringing something new into the world. The same case applies to your thoughts. On the occasions that you experience negative thoughts, you want to find a positive or realistic explanation. List down the things that you're grateful for. When you are battling negative thoughts, it is quite easy to overlook the many positive things about your life. To shift your mindset from negativity into positivity, you have to list down the things that you are grateful for. Some of the things that you ought to be grateful for include family, lovers, pets, and home. Whenever you fall short of your expectations, think about what you already have, and close the door to negative thinking patterns. Practice mindfulness instead of getting lost in the negative thoughts roaring in your mind. Learn to shift your focus to the present. Pay direct attention to the things that you are doing at that moment, such as eating, drinking, and other daily activities. Seek guidance and support. Don't bury yourself in negative thinking patterns. If you have tried in vain to get rid of your unhelpful thoughts, don't feel shy to reach out to an authority for help. They understand your problem probably more than you ever will. Get close to people too. You'd be amazed at the number of kind-hearted people out there ready to help you if you choose to want their help. Chapter 9. Worry, Fear, and Anxiety. What's the objective of fear? Fear. It is this four-letter word that has such a great amount of control over our lives. We appear to have acknowledged it as a component of the human condition. Fear removes us from what we truly want, it makes us feel contemptible, it causes a feeling of frailty. However, above all else, it denies us of what our identity is intended to be. On fear as feelings, fear as sentiments, fear as tensions, and fear as fears. Anyway, the subject being the brain research on fear, it is fundamental to comprehend why fear occurs and what might be the helpful headings for fear. Fear could be portrayed as a general oblivious sentiment of repulsiveness or could be a progressively unpredictable feeling, for example, anxiety and externalized fear. Fear could likewise be fears which are industrious neurotic feelings of trepidation coordinated towards explicit articles and circumstances. Fears could be of bugs or statures, and these are misrepresented or extraordinary types of fear with extreme substantial responses, nearly verging on suspicious responses. Fear could therefore be uncovered as extreme feelings with real responses and can be shown as nervousness. Or fear could likewise be a general inclination. So as to comprehend why fear happens, we recognize these sorts of fear as emotions. Fear when joined by substantial responses would connote forceful enthusiastic reaction to a circumstance or an item or occasion. Since the sentiment of fear is disguised, fear would normally start with an inclination or an abstract segment. This implies the individual would first feel terrified of the circumstance and afterward respond to it. Such fear in which the individual is aware of the feeling and responds emphatically to it is commonly a passionate reaction, and this kind of fear is therefore shown as a forceful feeling. Fear as feeling, fear could anyway be basically shown as an abstract inclination, a feeling of uneasiness or oblivious view of a type of risk or danger that may not bring out solid substantial responses. Fear as an inclination is along these lines unwittingly discharged in dreams, slips of the tongue, failures of consideration, and so forth. Fear as anxiety, fear as an inclination could likewise be the emotional premise of stress, such as when disguised and even unexplained nervousness has a general sentiment of fear. Anxiety subsequently starts with a fear, however, this could be to a great extent oblivious, disguised, and increasingly summed up. Be that as it may, uneasiness has unmistakable real responses, and that is the way nervousness varies from fear as an inclination. Fear as phobias consist of relentless neurotic enthusiastic reaction towards explicit items or occasions. The distinction among nervousness and fear is that fears are constantly externalized while anxiety is disguised, and fear again being externalized as a feeling or disguised as an inclination would be a part of both uneasiness and fears. Be that as it may, fears are not feelings but rather obsessive reactions comprising of fear as an unpredictable feeling and substantial response. Since fears are structures of feelings and solid responses, the responses are communicated in misrepresented structures in fears, so people with fears would respond in extraordinary manners and could build up a condition of rage, particularly because of the outrageous and wild real responses. In restorative treatment of brain science, it will be important to comprehend the starting point of fear, and this should be possible with neurological examinations and investigations of substantial responses and mental states. Fear as basic sentiments or complex passionate reactions ought to be distinguished in explicit circumstances, and extensive fear could be examined in anxiety and worry. Anxiety is a psychological burden which conveys what happens in stress, peevishness, fear, or uneasiness. The psychological strain results either from a feeling of powerlessness to control one's situation or condition, or from a feeling of vulnerability about future or approaching occasions. Uneasiness is a characteristic passionate reaction of individuals trying to endure and live serenely. Anxiety is a steady token of mankind's shocking fragility and its articulate ineptitude to ace its own predetermination. Not all anxiety is vindictive, yet rather only certain types of it. Analysts, both common and profound, for the most part accept that intermittent calm anxiety aids profitability and execution. Sharpness is upgraded, inspiration is invigorated, and fixation is increased. One's potential and capacity are subsequently more effectively bridled. Actually, genuine instructive and mingling repercussions may result when nervousness is missing, for example, epitomizes solidified criminal conduct, or when stress is unreasonable, for example, embodies touchy youngsters in a troublesome home. The connection among pleasant and malicious anxiety is like that of stress and pain. A moderate measure of stress is basic to top performance and achievement. This reality is especially obvious with the competitor arranged to run a race or contend in a field occasion. In any case, the risk to happiness occurs when the development of stress is transfigured into trouble. This situation may develop with a business official who has demanding day-by-day quantities to fill and unwavering cut-off times to meet. Wastefulness and decay are the regular results. The result is the beginning of real obsessive unsettling influences. Physiological anxiety. The experience of nervousness is normal and widespread. It's anything but a feeling confined to the poor or mistreated. Anxiety is a definite part of the human condition, for life on all of its levels, from the worldwide and influential to the family and individuals, and it is distinct with defenselessness, perplexity, and stress. Many may deny their own stress, or if nothing else its capacity, even to themselves, for several reasons, for instance, the desire to avoid embarrassment, the sentiment of pride, the fear of expulsion, the hazard and unease of vulnerability, and so forth. In any case, almost everybody encounters anxiety somewhat. Its occurrence is upsetting and weakening. Its persistence is devastating. For whatever length of time daily living is described by battle, hardship, and suffering, the anxiety experience is a certainty. Types of anxiety. Anxiety can come in a wide range of forms relying upon what triggers our feelings of fear, stress, or anxiety. These three kinds of anxiety are frequently the most well-known sorts talked about in present-day brain science study, yet there are likely several kinds of anxiety that don't fit so conveniently into these classifications: explicit fears, existential anxiety, passing anxiety, and so on. Nevertheless, these are the kinds of anxiety I will mention in this post. Social anxiety. Social anxiety is a fear or stress over social circumstances. We may feel awkward or maintain a strategic distance from conditions that include enormous gatherings of individuals, like school, work, open areas, high school reunions, and so forth. Or we may even feel awkward or stay away from specific sorts of one-on-one connections, like prospective employee meetups, dating, associating with an outsider just because, or meeting a big name. The vast majority feel some sort of anxiety in these circumstances, however it fluctuates enormously from individual to individual. A few people may feel increasingly good in meetings, while others feel progressively good during a one-on-one connection. Some people may feel increasingly good conversing with familiar faces, while others feel progressively good meeting somebody just because. It truly relies upon the individual. Execution anxiety. In contrast to social anxiety, execution anxiety is a fear or stress over displays. For example, a student taking the most important test at school, or an artist performing in front of an audience, or a competitor playing at a major league game. We stress that we won't put forth a valiant effort, or that we will mess up or lose, and that anxiety can really inhibit us from performing to our best ability, or in any event, performing at all, for instance because of a lot of stage fright. Rather than concentrating on what we have to complete to succeed, we become progressively centered around every one of the ways things that may turn out badly. This can sometimes become an inevitable outcome. Our thoughts make us progressively awkward and unstable, and afterward those thoughts lead to activities that strengthen our past originations. Decision anxiety. Decision anxiety is an anxiety established in vulnerability when deciding. In all actuality, none of us can act or settle on a choice with full information of what the outcomes will be. The universe is simply excessively unpredictable, and our brains aren't prepared to completely understand it. Because of this, we regularly feel anxiety when settling on a critical choice in our life, since we don't have a clue whether we will settle on the most ideal decision. I'm certain that you've encountered these sorts of anxieties through your life to changing degrees. That is great. A ton of our uneasiness can be consistent and regular. Nonetheless, when it starts meddling with how we need to live our lives, at that point it can turn into an issue that we have to manage. The initial move toward managing this issue is recognizing a part of the potential reasons for our uneasiness, and at that point we can figure out what are the most ideal approaches to treat it. Understand your anxiety. A few therapists for the most part portray anxiety as a dubious and backhanded inclination, having no specific source or major reason. This case can positively be tested. With anxiety there is regularly a cause-impact relationship, however the cause might be covered up or misjudged. I suggest that the real reasons for uneasiness are generally connected with explicit dubious mental states. There are fundamentally three significant unstable mental states that determine fervent unsettling influences. The first of these is blame. Blame by its very nature causes lots of stress. Blame is the feeling of individual bad behavior and being at risk for discipline. The blame might be false or real, non-existent or real, psychological or good. In either case, the intuitive experience and strain are comparative. The second major questionable mental state which may produce anxiety is vanity. The individual experiencing vanity has a distraction with himself and with his own needs. It ought to be noticed that a typical attribute of this selfish perspective is outrage. Selfishness has two central measurements, to be specific, predominance, egotism, and mediocrity, deficiency. A better attitude forces an individual to obsessively take a stab at individual consideration and to verify the adulation and recognition of others. Phobias. The third major questionable mental state is fear. Not all fear is threatening. Natural fear is required for physical endurance. Bleak fear is vindictive and is described by a subjugated distraction with individual well-being and prosperity. An extreme worry over verifying, or keeping up, a praiseworthy open picture, a regarded notoriety, a high societal position, great health, family welfare, material belongings, and so on, may effectuate horrible fear. These three significant unstable mental states, blame, selfishness, fear, might be situational or constant. If they are situational, at that point their term is transitory, whenever dealt with fittingly. If they are ceaseless, at that point proficient advising might be required so as to find and look at the causative elements. Overcome phobias. Self-help therapy and strategies can both be successful at treating a phobia. What's best for you relies upon the facts, for example, the seriousness of your phobia, your access to proficient therapy, and the amount of help you need. When in doubt, self-help is constantly worth the attempt. The more you can accomplish for yourself, the more in charge you'll feel, which goes far with regards to fears and worries. In any case, if your fear is extreme to the point that it triggers fits of anxiety or wild anxiety, you might need to look for extra help. Therapy for phobias has an extraordinary reputation. In light of the fact that it works incredibly well, however you will in general get results rapidly, once in a while in as little as 1 to 4 sessions. In any case, support doesn't need to come in the presence of an expert therapist. Simply having somebody to hold your hand or remain close by as you face your feelings of fear can be very useful. It's normal to need to keep away from the thing or circumstance you fear. In any case, with regards to vanquishing fears, confronting your feelings of trepidation is the key. While shirking may make you feel better for the time being, it keeps you from discovering that your fear may not be as alarming or overpowering as you might suspect. You never find the opportunity to figure out how to adapt to your feelings of trepidation and experience authority over the circumstance. Subsequently, the fear turns out to be progressively scarier and all the more overwhelming in your brain. The best method to defeat a fear is by steadily and over again submitting yourself to what you fear in a sheltered and controlled manner. What was the most recent thought you had that caused your fear to increase? Be honest with yourself. Was this coming from an emotional or rational thought? In what way are you going to choose to reframe the thought into a rational one? This will not fix the issue, it will make it easier to understand and get a clearer perspective on what to do. Realize that there is an appropriate time when you do need to conquer your fear, recall one of them from your own history here. Overcome panic. The uplifting news about panic attacks, the abrupt flood of anxiety and overpowering apprehension that happens for no definite explanation, is that they typically just last around 10 minutes. The awful news, they can be probably the most alarming minutes of your life. Subsequently, people suffering with panic attacks begin to live in dreadful expectation of future assaults, which can exact a colossal physical and passionate toll. Yet, by creating adapting aptitudes, a great many people who have fits of anxiety can deal with their indications. The overarching treatment is CBT. Another branch of CBT, known as Acceptance and Commitment Therapy, ACT, has likewise been discovered compelling in treating panic disorders. Therapist Stephen Hayes created ACT to a limited extent as an approach to treat his very own panic disorder. This type of treatment utilizes acknowledgement and care strategies to change how you identify with your physical impressions of anxiety and tension itself. CBT is an unbelievably compelling treatment for emotional issues. 70 to 90% of individuals who experience CBT will show signs of improvement. A key part of CBT in treating panic is a technique called Interceptive Exposure, where the individual purposely stands up to the undesirable physical vibes that are causing tension. Individuals become progressively sensitive to these sensations since they fear and avoid them, so confronting the sensations and discovering that they are not risky can bring down anxiety affectability. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, are likewise frequently used to treat anxiety disorders and depression, with or without CBT. These medications can be viable, yet CBT has been seen as a more drawn-out enduring treatment than SSRIs. Overcome obsession. Being obsessed resembles having limited focus. You lose the capacity to see or think about anything outside the object of your obsession. Obsession turns out to be a part of your regular day-to-day existence, and can be identified with fear. This varies from habit, which makes somebody never feel fulfilled except if he is enjoying the object of their compulsion. Getting over an obsession is no straightforward assignment. Yet once you figure out how to quit encouraging the obsession and occupy your energy with new individuals and interests, opportunity will be within reach. Get cognitive behavior therapy. This kind of treatment recognizes that there might be no real way to quit contemplating an obsession, yet attempts to weaken the ties between the obsessive thoughts and ordinary triggers. This makes it simpler to manage life and consider and get things done. The obsession turns into something somewhat simpler to manage. CBT can likewise be utilized to build up a word or activity that can break the obsessive idea and enable you to concentrate on something different. Physical exercise and anxiety. Therapists examine how exercise calms anxiety and recommend that a 10-minute walk might be similarly on a par with a 45-minute exercise. A few studies demonstrate that activity can work rapidly to raise a depressed mindset in many individuals. Despite the fact the impacts might be brief, they exhibit that an energetic walk or other basic movement can convey a few hours of alleviation, like taking an ibuprofen for a headache. Be invigorated. Proceed to plan. Something for eating up that excess. Proceed to plan something to start discharging those endorphins, since it's those endorphins that are simply the common, delightful method for calming down, of simply bringing yourself down, loosening up, without depending on any outer upgrade, for example, liquor or medications. When did you last do any type of exercise? What do you enjoy doing that by default is a form of exercise? Commit right now. What? By when? What? By when? What? By when? Chapter 10. Insomnia. Insomnia. Insomnia is a sleep disorder that makes it difficult for a person to fall asleep or stay asleep, and in some cases causes you to wake up early and be unable to fall back to sleep. Because of a lack of proper sleep, a person usually feels tired after waking up. Insomnia disorder is bad because it saps out your energy, affects your mood and health as well as your performance at work. Enough sleep varies from one individual to the next, but the recommended sleep for adults is 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night. At a certain point in most adults' lives, a person may experience acute insomnia that can last for several days or weeks. However, there are people that suffer from prolonged periods of chronic insomnia. This type of insomnia may be associated with other conditions that need medical attention. With simple daily habits, one can overcome insomnia and go back to enjoying healthy sleep patterns. How does a person know they are suffering from insomnia? Insomnia has various distinct symptoms. These may include finding it difficult to fall asleep during bedtime, losing sleep in the halfway through the night, getting up very early, feeling tired even after a night's sleep, feeling tired during the day and sleepy, being irritable, anxious and depressed, finding it hard to be attentive, focused on assignments or remembering, having a higher rate of mistakes and accidents, being constantly worried about sleep. When should one see a doctor? If the lack of sleep is so severe that you find it hard to function in your day-to-day activities, seeing a doctor is advisable. The doctor should work with you to identify the cause of insomnia and come up with various treatment options. In case the doctor feels that you are suffering from a sleep disorder, he may recommend you see a sleep specialist. How age relates to insomnia. Insomnia can be directly related to one's age. The older a person gets, the more they experience insomnia. When a person gets older, they experience, your sleep pattern changes. As a person ages, sleep becomes less. Slight noise or other changes in one's environment can cause a person to wake up frequently. Age causes the internal clock to advance, making one tired earlier at night and waking up even earlier. Regardless, it is healthy to have the same amount of sleep when older, just like a younger person. Changes in what you do. If you are less active during the day, may cause you to take an afternoon nap. This, in the end, will interfere with your sleep at night. Change in health. If a person experiences chronic pain from conditions like arthritis or back pains, they may have challenges sleeping. Other conditions like anxiety or depression also interfere with sleep. Other medical issues may cause frequent urinating at night, such as bladder problems, diabetes among others. Restless leg syndrome and sleep apnea are also other conditions that interrupt sleep patterns. Prescription drugs. Older people use more prescription medicines than younger people do. This increases the chance of developing chronic insomnia. Insomnia can also affect children and teenagers, as well. However, most of the causes at this age is due to their irregular patterns in their sleep schedules. Lack of sleep can also be associated with some risks in specific individuals. The risk of suffering from insomnia is greater if the individual is a woman. Shifts in the hormones during the menstrual cycle or menopause play a significant role. When a woman is going through menopause, they experience hot flashes as well as night sweats that will interrupt sleep. Pregnant mothers also experience insomnia due to hormonal changes. If you are over the age of 60, then your chances of suffering from insomnia are high. As you age, you experience changes in health increasing the risk of insomnia. If you are experiencing a mental health disorder or a physical health condition, you are at a greater risk of developing insomnia. Stress is another condition that increases insomnia. When a person is undergoing stressful situations, they may suffer from temporary insomnia. However, prolonged periods of stress may also result in chronic insomnia in many individuals. Lack of regular schedule is another contributor to insomnia. A person that often travels across different time zones or works with various shifts is likely to experience insomnia. Insomnia complications. Just like having a healthy diet is important, having healthy sleep patterns is also important, as well as regular physical exercise. Regardless of the reasons causing your lack of sleep, insomnia can physically and mentally affect you negatively. Individuals with insomnia have a lower quality of life as compared to individuals that enjoy good sleeping habits. Various complications associated with insomnia include poor performance at work or school, decreased reaction time on the road that may result in higher risks of accidents, mental health disorders like anxiety, substance abuse, and depression, higher risk of long-term diseases such as heart diseases. Practical strategies that will help you sleep better. Developing good sleep habits can help prevent insomnia and cause a person to enjoy a sound sleep. Some practical things you can do to improve your sleep will include: be consistent in your bed and wake time even during the weekends. Be active. Regular physical activity will aid in promoting good night's sleep. Check your medications if one of the side effects is lack of sleep. If so, speak to your doctor to switch the medicine. Try and avoid daytime naps, and if you feel you must, limit the duration. Limit or avoid entirely the use of nicotine, alcohol or caffeine. Avoid taking huge meals before bedtime and taking of sugary beverages. Don't use your bedroom as a workstation or a place for entertainment. Use it only for the intended purpose. Come up with a bedtime ritual that is relaxing, like taking a warm shower, listening to soft music in low volume, or reading. Chapter 11. Keep calm and manage excessive anger. Anger usually occurs as a natural response to feeling attacked, frustrated, or even being humiliated. It is human nature to get angry. The fury, therefore, is not a bad feeling per se, because, at times, it can prove to be very useful. How is this even possible? Anger can open one's mind and help them identify their problems, which could drive one to get motivated to make a change, which could help in molding their lives. When is anger a problem? Anger, as we have just seen, is normal in life. The problem only comes in when one cannot manage their anger, and it causes harm to people around them or even themselves. How does one notice when their anger is becoming harmful? When one starts expressing anger through unhelpful or destructive behavior, or even when one's mental and physical health starts deteriorating. That's when one knows that the situation is getting out of hand. It is the way a person behaves that determines whether or not they have problems with their anger. If the way they act affects their life or relationships, then there is a problem, and they should think about getting some support or treatment. What is unhelpful angry behavior? Anger may be familiar to everyone, but people usually express their rage in entirely different ways. How one behaves when they are angry depends on how much control they have over their feelings. People who have less control over their emotions tend to have some unhelpful angry behaviors. These are behaviors that cause damage to themselves or even damage to people or things around them. They include inward aggression. This is where one directs their anger towards themselves. Some of the behaviors here may include telling oneself that they hate themselves, denying themselves, or even cutting themselves off the world. Nonviolent or passive aggression. In this case, one does not direct their anger anywhere, rather, they stick with the feeling in them. Some of the behaviors here may include ignoring people, refusing to speak to people, refusing to do tasks, or even deliberately doing chores poorly or late. These types of behaviors are usually the worst ways to approach such situations. They may seem less destructive and harmful, but they do not relieve one of the heavy burdens that are causing them to be angry. Preparation. Weigh your options. In life, many things may be out of one's control. These things vary from the weather, the past, other people, intrusive thoughts, physical sensations, and one's own emotions. Despite all these, the power to choose is always disposable to any human. Even though one might not be able to control the weather, one can decide whether or not to wear heavy clothing. One can also choose how to respond to other people. The first step, therefore, in dealing with anger is to recognize a choice. Steps to take in managing anger. A should rule is broken. Everybody has some rules and expectations for one's behavior, and also for other people's behavior. Some of these rules include, I should be able to do this, she should not treat me like this, and, they should stay out of my way. Unfortunately, no one has control over someone else's actions. Therefore, these rules are always bound to be broken, and people may get in one's way. This can result in anger, guilt, and pressure. It is, therefore, essential to the first break these should rules to fight this anger. The first step to make in breaking these rules is to accept the reality of life that someone usually has very little control over other people's lives. The next step is for one to choose a direction based on one's values. How does one know their values? One can identify their values by what angers them, frustrates them, or even enrages them. For example, let's take the rule of, they should stay out of my way. This rule may mean the values of communication, progress, or even cooperation. What do these values mean to someone? Does one have control over them? Finally, one can act by their values. To help with this, Here are two questions one should ask themselves. What does one want in the long run? What constructive steps can one take in that direction? What hurts? The second step is to find the real cause of pain or fear after breaking the rules. These rules usually do not mean the same as one's body. This is because some states of being can hurt one's self-esteem more than others. To understand this better, let's take the example of Susan, who expects that no one should talk ill of her. Then suddenly John comes up to her and says all manner of things to her. This, therefore, makes Susan enraged. In such a scenario, Susan should ask herself what hurts her. The answer to this question will bring out a general belief about John and herself. She will think that John is rude, she is powerless, or even that she is being made the victim. All these thoughts may hurt her. What may even hurt her most is that she has no control over John's behavior. Once she has noted that she has no control, she may now consider seeing John's words as a mere opinion rather than an insult. This will make her not see herself as a victim, but as a person just receiving a piece of someone else's mind about herself. Hot thoughts. After one has identified what really hurts them, it is now time to identify and, most importantly, replace the hot, anger-driven, and reactive thoughts with more level-headed, more relaxed, and reflective thoughts. Here are some fresh ideas that may be of importance to someone. Hot thought: how mean can he be? A cool thought: he thinks he is so caring. Hot thought: they are stupid. A cool thought: they are just human. Anger. All the above steps, as one may have noticed, relate to the thoughts. This is because one has first to tackle the ideas before now getting to the emotion. In this step, therefore, one is going to respond to the anger arousal itself. There are three ways that one can follow to respond to this emotion. One may indulge in relaxation. This relaxation can come in many forms, like enjoying some music, practicing some progressive muscle relaxation like yoga, and also visualization. One may also use that feeling to do some constructive work. When one is angry, there is usually a large amount of energy that one uses at that time. This is the reason that when angry, one can break down things that they would never break when calm. Imagine, therefore, how much that energy would do for someone if just directed to some constructive work. One may also try to redefine anger when one gets angry. What does this mean? Once a person is angry, one can try to remind themselves of how anger is a problem that fuels aggression and can cause harm to loved ones and even oneself. Moral disengagement. In simple words, this step will help one examine the beliefs that turn anger into aggression. These beliefs usually act as mere excuses or justification for destructive acts. Some of these beliefs include, I don't care, this is the only way I can get my point across, or even, it is high time they recognize me. These beliefs need to be identified early enough and gotten rid of before they can con one into throwing one's morals aside. One sure way of getting rid of them is by reminding oneself of the cost of such beliefs and the advantages of striving for understanding. Aggression. In this step, one now needs to examine the behaviors that arise from aggression and try to fight them. Fighting these behaviors can be achieved if one calms down and puts themselves in the other person's shoes. This will help one understand why the other person is acting in such a manner, what they may be feeling, or even what they may be thinking. This approach will help to decrease the anger for all parties involved, increase the chance of having a reasonable conversation with the parties involved, and thus everybody is heard. Outcome. The final step of this procedure is to reduce resentment towards others, and also guilt towards oneself. Treating depression with cognitive behavioral therapy. What is depression? Depression is a feeling of severe despondency and dejection. In life, it is only natural for one to feel less than 100% at times. This is like when one is battling with drug addiction or has relationship problems. However, this low feeling sometimes gets a hold of one's life and won't go. This is what we call depression. Depression can make one feel lonely and hopeless. If one has such feelings, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Cognitive behavioral therapy is here to restore one's hope in life. This is because it can help one think more healthily, and also help in overcoming a particular addiction. Before getting more in-depth with the advantages of CBT on a depressed person, let's first look at the different types of depression. Types of depression. Depressions are of various kinds. They can either occur alone or concurrently with an addiction. The best thing, however, is that the following categories are treatable through using CBT. Major depression. This disorder occurs when one feels depressed most of the time for most days of the week. Some of the symptoms associated with this disorder are weight loss or weight gain, being tired often, trouble getting sleep, thoughts of suicide, concentration problems, feeling restless or agitated. If you experience 5 or more of the above signs on most days for 2 weeks or longer, then they have this disorder. Persistent depressive disorder, PDD. This type of depression usually lasts for 2 years or even longer. The symptoms associated with the disorder include sleeping too much or too little, fatigue, low self-esteem, bipolar disorder. A person with such a disorder usually experiences mood episodes that range from extremes of high energy with an up mood to low periods. How CBT helps with negative thoughts of depression. The cognitive behavioral therapy understands that when one has low moods, they tend to have negative thinking. This negative thinking usually brings cases of hopelessness, depression, and can also lead to a change in behavior. CBT, therefore, works to help with the patterns of behavior that need to be changed. In short, it works to recalibrate the part of the brain that keeps a tight hold on happy thoughts. 5 CBT techniques to counteract the negative thinking of depression. There are several techniques that one can follow to help with fighting off negative thoughts. Before starting these steps, one should make sure that they are ready to undertake them and should keep track of themselves. Here are some of the steps. Locate the problem and brainstorm for solutions. The first step is to discover the cause of the problem. This step requires one to talk with one's inner self. Once the idea of what the problem might be dawning on you, write it down in simple words. Then write down a list of things that one can do to improve the problem. Write self-statements to counteract negative thoughts. Once the cause of the problem has been discovered, it is now time to identify the negative thoughts that seem to pop up in one's brain every time. Write self-statements to counteract each foul view. These self-statements are statements that are going to stuff up the negative thoughts. One should always recall all their self-statements and repeat them back to themselves every time a negative thought pops up. However, these self-statements should continually be refreshed because they can, at times, be too routine. Find new opportunities to think positive thoughts. Michael is a person who always sees the negative part of people before noticing their bright side. These people, more often than not, usually get depressed quickly. To remedy this, they should always change their thinking and think positively. This, for example, in the case of Michael, can be like first noticing and appreciating how neat people are. This type of thinking can be tough to change. Here are some of the recommended ways that one can adjust to such thinking. Set one's phone to remind them to reframe their minds to something positive. Pairing up with someone who is working on this same technique. This will make one have positive thoughts, and also get to enjoy them with someone else. Finish each day by visualizing its best parts. After each day, one can write down the most exciting events of the day and try to remember them. Sharing such moments online can even help one form new associations, and also thinking ways that can prove to be very helpful. Learn to accept disappointment as a normal part of life. In life, disappointment is bound to come one's way. How one deals or behaves after a disappointing event determines how fast one is going to move forward. Take, for example, John, who just lost a job interview. This is a thing that can happen to anyone. The way he responds to this situation will determine how fast he is going to move forward. If he starts getting the thoughts of, "I am a failure," "the world is so unfair to me," or even, "I will never succeed in life," then he is moving in the wrong direction. Later, he can write some things he has learned from the experience and things he can do to remedy it next time. Chapter 12. Retrain your brain. Retrain your brain towards positivity. There is power in positivity that goes more than what meets the eye. You can indeed make a difference in your outlook when you look on the bright side of things. You will wake up in the morning on Monday thinking, "I can do this. I want to go to work today. It's going to be great." When you see that you can bring something good into this world, you will need to have a positive attitude and adjust your expectations. Think about it. Life is too short for you to go through it while complaining about every little detail. And we know that everyone likes to complain about the little things in life, such as a meal that is taking too long to be prepared in a restaurant, the noise that's happening during your coffee break, or the temperature in your office. Although life is a bit of a downer sometimes, it does not always need to be like that. For this reason, we are going to look at how you can have a positive attitude and how it can change the way you approach new situations. First, it is essential to realize that there are a lot of sources of difficulties and challenges in our lives. Nothing worth pursuing ever comes easily. It always takes hard work and dedication to accomplish even the most minute of tasks. And often, We cannot achieve our goals because we are discouraged under the weight of all the expectations that have been cast on our shoulders both by others and ourselves. In the midst of all of that, there is a need to pursue our goals and dreams. When we think about the end goal, then we know that we are always moving forward, one step closer to that milestone that will make a difference in our lives. Perhaps your goal is earning that extra $5,000 per year, or putting aside money for your next vacation, or becoming healthier and having a more positive outlook and overcoming your depression. Sometimes, the more straightforward goals are better because they can lead us to pursue the more involved ones. Retrain your brain in becoming more positive. Practice gratitude. So, you might ask, Tina, how do you get this positive mindset that is supposed to change my life? Well, I can say that it is a lot easier for you to achieve that than you may think. What I want you to do right now is write down 10 things that you are thankful for on a piece of paper. Get out a pen and notepad, and jot down all of your thoughts. Give yourself about 5 minutes to do this. You can see what influences your thoughts by getting a feel or what makes you thankful. Gratitude is one of those powerful things. It helps you get out of the rut whenever you feel stuck. It makes you happier. It enables you to overcome the depressive blues. When you have a situation, when you lose a job or have a catastrophic situation throw you a curveball, you may feel helpless and completely shattered from the damage that it has caused you. However, when you write down what you are thankful for, you will see how much blessed you are and have been given much in your life. The truth is, no one deserves this life. It is a gift, and a precious one at that. When you realize how much stuff has been handed to you, you should see that you have many people to thank for pulling you out of the gutter. Think of your parents, friends, financial situation, whether it's good or bad, community, job, not everyone has a good job these days, etc. Reflect on these blessings and take away the feelings of entitlement which you may be feeling about them. Realize that you get a lot more than what you deserve, and that is a gift of grace. Taking a moment to say thank you to someone who has made a difference in your life is an integral part of practicing gratitude. And, believe me, it will light up your whole day. Stop for a minute and write down 10 things you are thankful for and then come back to me. Once you have done that, you are on your way to becoming a more positive person. Remember a time when you were successful. In high school, you got an A on that English paper and ended up getting a good grade in the class. Or, in the university, you landed a premium internship for a consultancy firm that eventually led to a full-time job there. Perhaps you were able to overcome a severe disease that you got healed from miraculously. Be grateful and remember the times that went by and how you managed to get over many things. Think of how strong you are in surmounting any challenge that comes your way. Not everyone can fight as hard as you can. Having a mental illness can be hard. It can be so debilitating difficult to get out of bed in the morning. As soon as you have been able to overcome that difficulty, recognize it and celebrate it. It's the best way forward. Become a positive hero. Having developed a positive mindset, you can now change the world. And one of the best ways to do so is to help others around you. That can alter your mood and feeling a lot more than anything. For example, when you help an elderly lady cross the street with her groceries, you do something special for someone else. That can boost your self-esteem and make you feel happy. Helping is a form of therapy, which enables you to make a difference with others around you. It is very powerful. When you have a mindset of helpfulness and positivity, you can change a lot of things everywhere, as well as develop your mindset and attitude. For instance, if you smile at your reflection in the mirror and at others, you will find that you feel a lot better about yourself. It will allow you to feel much better about yourself. It allows you to enjoy that positive emotion. This effect can be more powerful when you try laughing. Whether you crack a joke, watch a comedy on Netflix or laugh with your friends, laughter has been proven to be a great medicine to fight off the negative thoughts that may surround you. All of these things contribute to your positive feelings and enable you to feel excellent in the process. It is crucial to develop a mindset of playfulness, gladness, and thankfulness. This will make you a positive hero who can be a source of light amid the darkness of negativity in this world. As we have mentioned, there is much to be depressed about in this world. However, you can do your part to make the planet a better place by infusing your environment with positivity. That is going to change both your mindset and the world itself. I am not going to lie to you. It is going to be hard to be positive at times. You might suffer a lot from the cares and worries of this life. Some days, you may wonder, why do I care? Why should I go to work today? You may want to lay in bed all day and sleep because you cannot motivate yourself to keep going. But what if I were to tell you that it is possible to overcome your self-doubt by being a positive and more productive person? Indeed, it is possible. Chapter 13. Panic attacks, stress, and intrusive thoughts. In some instances, trying to manage the mental anguish and physical arousal brought on by anxiety and panic attacks may prove ineffective, and no matter what you try, you can still feel the imminence of an attack. In those instances, you can use the aware technique to overcome an anxiety or panic attack. The aware technique. The aware technique is a 5-step process that teaches you how to respond to anxiety and panic attacks in a calming, productive way. The 5 steps are: A. Acknowledge and accept. W. Wait and watch, and if you feel capable, work. A. Take some actions that make you more comfortable. R. Repeat the process and needed. E. End the process. Even though the process is very self-explanatory, we shall explain each step very briefly. A. Is for acknowledge and accept. Acknowledging your fear of an oncoming anxiety/panic attack is the first step to handling it correctly. This step is very important because in most cases, trying to distract yourself from the fact that you are feeling panicky is likely to send you over the edge. Acknowledge that you can feel an anxiety/panic attack coming on and that you are afraid but not in any danger. Very important because thoughts of impending danger or doom are a symptom of anxiety/panic attacks. Acknowledging and accepting go hand in hand. Accepting your present fear of your panic means instead of fighting the feeling, you can let it be, and remain strong in the knowledge that it shall pass. When you accept an anxiety/panic attack, it becomes easier to see it as something you shall overcome in the same way a headache does not last. Accepting is very difficult for most people, perhaps because a panic attack feels awful. Here is the thing though. While it feels awful, a panic attack will not kill you. This opens you up to accepting the symptoms for what they are instead of resisting them. Acknowledging and accepting reminds you that even though the symptoms are strong, the worst they can do to you is make you fearful. An anxiety or panic attack is the worst that can happen, and if you are already experiencing it, you are already experiencing and living through the worst that can happen, and if you write it out, you will overcome. W is for wait, watch, and maybe work. As the physical and mental symptoms of a panic or anxiety attack rock you to the core, just wait them out. Do not react impulsively, perhaps by calling an ambulance. Count to 10 and just be. Waiting for a while buys you the time you need to think about the best course of action instead of giving into the panic and seeking a way to feel, which makes things worse, especially when escape is impossible. Waiting also helps you avoid jumping into action. Even though you feel a strong urge to flee the situation or vacate the premises, delay the decision for a little bit, at least until you regain your ability to think things through. As you wait for a while, use this momentary pause to watch the physical arousal and pain as they rise, as well as how your body wants to respond to the symptoms almost instinctively. This would be a great time to breathe deeply, practice mindful awareness, whip out your journal, and write about what you are feeling and experiencing. The more you watch important aspects of a panic attack, over time, the easier it becomes to respond positively to it. The work in W relates to maybe continuing to engage in an activity or task, which is especially important in an instance where you are in an active role. A is for actions. There are specific actions you can take during a panic attack. For a start, during an attack, your role is not to work towards its cessation. All panic attacks end irrespective of your reaction to them, whether you react positively or negatively. During a panic attack, your role is modest, to make yourself as comfortable as possible as you ride it out. How do you do that? You can use deep breathing, which we talked about earlier, positive self-talk/affirmations, self-awareness, which allows you to connect and involve yourself with the present moment and task, relaxation techniques such as tensing and relaxing your body or going for a walk, etc. These constitute the actions you can take when you are experiencing a panic or anxiety attack. R is for repeat. At this point, if you practice everything detailed in letters A, W, and AM, you should start feeling better and the current panic attack may have subsided greatly. If that is the case, keep repeating the process until you are calm enough to make a sound decision. Additionally, if another wave of panic hits you, start the process from the top and work your way down the ladder. Remember that a recurring panic attack is normal. In fact, it is normal to experience several cycles of panic. Remind yourself to work through the steps and keep at it as often as necessary. E is for end. The E in the aware process reminds you that no matter how devastating it feels, your panic attack has an end. After all, just as they have a start, all panic attacks have an end. It helps you remember that your job as you experience one is to make yourself as comfortable as possible while you wait out the end of the panic attack. The aware technique is very effective at helping you ride the wave until your anxiety or panic attack ends. The more you teach yourself this strategy, the easier it shall become to deal anxiety and panic attacks in a healthy and helpful manner. Action step. The next time you are experiencing a panic and anxiety attack, acknowledge and accept what you are experiencing. Wait, watch, and maybe work. Take actions geared towards making you as comfortable as possible. Remember to repeat the steps, especially when an anxiety or panic attacks is in waves, and always remember that no matter how awful they feel, all panic and anxiety attacks end. In trying to overcome anxiety, there will be times when you will get bogged down by negative thoughts. There will be days when you will resort to calling yourself names like loser or stupid because you can't seem to cope. Let's face it. It's hard to think positively 24/7. When we let anxiety take over, the world suddenly turns into a threatening place to live. You don't see it for what it is. You just let how it makes you feel control you, and this is where the real danger starts. It's when you allow your thoughts to hijack your reality that it suddenly becomes harder to cope with anxiety. So how do you nip anxiety in the bud? By replacing all the negative thoughts with realistic thoughts. Realistic thinking simply means taking a step back and looking at the entire picture before you make any conclusions. It's when you take an unbiased look into the situation that you will realize that there's really nothing to be anxious about. If you want to know how to make realistic thinking work for you, here's a simple step-by-step guide to help you out. Step 1. Listen to yourself. You may not be aware of it, but oftentimes, it's what you say to yourself that starts the anxious feeling in you. So the next time you start to feel worried or stressed and you can't seem to understand where it's coming from, try taking a few minutes to listen to your self-talk. What exactly are you thinking? Are you often worried because you're scared that something bad will happen to you? Your thoughts can have a huge impact on how you live your life, so it's important that you start paying attention to what exactly you're thinking, no matter how trivial it may seem. Step 2. Identify negative thoughts. Once you've made it a habit to listen to your self-talk, it will be easier for you to zone in on the negative thoughts. Try to identify the shifts or times when you begin to feel the anxiety. Are you worried that a specific situation will happen? If you are, then what are the worst-case scenarios? Don't be afraid to wrestle with your negative thoughts. Write it all down so that you have something concrete to work with. Again, no matter how trivial it seems, if it's causing you to feel worried or stressed, you need to write it down. Step 3. Challenge those negative thoughts. Having a list of all the negative thoughts that bother you will help you deal with each one. You need to always remember that you are stronger than your thoughts. Just because you had a thought and it feels so real in your head doesn't make it your reality. It's still up to you to decide which thoughts you will act on. Oftentimes, your thoughts are just based on how you feel and not on hard fact. This is why you have the power to challenge your negative thoughts instead of just accepting it. Let's say you're about to go in for a very important interview and you start to feel anxious because in your head, you think you're only going to mess up. One effective way to challenge the negative thought is by asking yourself, what's the worst that could happen? The worst thing that could happen is that you don't get the job. You will feel disappointed, sure, but that doesn't mean that it's already the end of the world. It just means that there's something else out there for you. Step 4. Replace your negative thoughts with positive statements. As soon as you're able to break down your negative thoughts, the next step is to reinforce those with positive statements. Don't be your own harshest critic. If you can be kind to others, what's stopping you from being a little kinder to yourself? Instead of telling yourself over and over again that you'll just fail, boost your confidence with a firm, "I can do it." If you've allowed yourself to wallow in negativity for the longest time, now's your chance to challenge yourself to take the other perspective for a change. Step 5. Let it go. At the end of it all, just let it go. Stop holding on to whatever is causing you anxiety and stress, whether real or unreal. It may seem easier said than done, but all it takes is some getting used to. If anything else, do this for yourself and your own happiness. Remember, life is too short to be worrying about it all the time. Techniques for self-empowerment. Journaling can be a wonderful way to deal with your feelings. However, many teens and young adults don't have much spare time. Pick a journal, notebook app, or agenda, and every day, write 3 positive things about yourself. This can be difficult. They don't have to be big things. For example, 1. I wasn't rude to my mom today, even though she was super annoying. 2. My little toe is cute. 3. I raised my hand in my worst class today. Even if you don't get called on, give yourself credit for trying. Listen to yourself and your body. Are you exhausted? Go to bed early. You'll feel better the next day. Are feeling sluggish? Go for a jog. Are you feeling lonely? Reach out to your friend or family member for a chat. Are you feeling overwhelmed and need time alone? Curl up with a book or have a Netflix marathon by yourself. Even though you should not hide from the world habitually, there is nothing wrong with saying no to something and spending time by yourself. Take care of yourself. The way you present yourself to the world affects how people view you, and the way you feel affects how you present yourself. Personal hygiene is important. If you are on day 3 without a shower, are you likely to introduce yourself to that interesting new person at school? You don't need the latest fashions, but wear clothes that are clean and neat. Male or female, if you feel better when you wear makeup, take a little time each morning to put it on. However, if you don't like wearing makeup, don't give in to peer pressure to do so. You wouldn't feel confident in it. Do something to help others. Treating yourself well is great. Helping someone else will make you feel even better. If you love animals, volunteer at the ASPCA. If you love talking about history, volunteer at a nursing home. If you like food, volunteer at a soup kitchen. If you like to work with your hands, volunteer for Habitat for Humanity. There are many worthy organizations. You should be able to find a good fit, no matter where you live. However, you can also do smaller, day-to-day things. Offer to watch a sibling, for free, when your parents or guardian go out to dinner. Ask that lonely kid who sits alone at lunch to sit with you, but don't act like you are doing them a favor, actually mean it. Hold the door for an elderly person. Give up your seat on public transportation to a pregnant woman. Shovel the snow from your neighbor's sidewalk. Compliment someone. In fact, whenever you're in a social situation and don't know what to say, find something to compliment the person on. It can get the conversation flowing. Go ahead and fake it. Positive self-esteem cannot be faked. Self-confidence can. It is all about your body language. Mimicking the physical signs of self-confidence can actually make you feel more self-confident. Positive affirmation. Positive affirmation is a technique to change your thoughts from negative to positive. These affirmations can often feel awkward and silly, but if you practice regularly, it becomes much more natural. It will help you to feel differently about yourself and improve your life. Basically, you select some goals based on the qualities you want to develop and nurture, what you want to accomplish, and focus on them. Develop a routine. Pick a couple times a day when you can practice this technique. It can be while you're getting ready for the day or for bed, going for a run or walk, driving, as long as you are still paying attention to the road, or when you're a passenger in a carpool, bus, etc. Whenever feels right for you. But this is different from meditation. You can multitask, as long that the tasks are mostly physical, and allows you to mentally focus and relax. Using your affirmations. Before you begin, write down your affirmations. You can use sticky notes and put them where you will see them, or if you want more privacy, use a journal or an app. Affirmations can be thought, spoken, sung, whatever feels right to you. Sense associations can make affirmations more powerful. For example, use a certain color of a sticky note, pen, or text. With continued practice, you will come to associate that color with your affirmations. Scent can also be a powerful association. This is the sense that is most closely associated with memory in your brain. If you have a favorite perfume or cologne, smell that while you practice your affirmations. Wear this scent on your wrists when you're in situations you may need a self-esteem boost. Take a subtle whiff of your wrist when you need the boost. Use emotion when practicing your affirmations. Don't use a monotone, even if you are just thinking them. Imbue your affirmations with the feelings you'll experience when you achieve them. Remember, as you practice, it is when, not if, you achieve your goal. You will get there. Forgive yourself, don't judge yourself. If you skip your affirmations for a day, or even a week, that's okay. Don't criticize yourself. If you let negative thoughts enter while doing your affirmations, that's okay. Relax, dismiss them, and keep going. If you have trouble getting into the habit, start slow. Pick one affirmation, and one time a day, and build from there as you get more comfortable. Don't be embarrassed. Yes, it feels silly. But you are trying to improve your life and mindset, and that is admirable. Be proud of yourself for even trying. Examples of affirmations. I am confident. I like how I look. I am learning from my challenges. I am good enough. I am smart enough. I am brave. I'm not perfect, and that's fine with me. I am kind. I belong. I am honest. My differences make me special. I believe in myself. I matter. Setting goals. One of the best feelings in life are reaching goals. But to reach these goals, you first have to set them. Write them down. Make them as specific as possible. Look at them every day. Use the same app or journal you are using for your self-compliments and affirmations. While goals can be as far-reaching and long-term as you want, it is also important to set small short-term goals. When you reach these goals, you will feel empowered to move on to your bigger goals. If you're artistic or not artistic but enjoy art anyway, make a dream board. This can be something physical that you hang in your room, or a private Pinterest board. Whatever feels most authentic for you. Chapter 14. Automatic Negative Thoughts, ANTs. Like I said, it is impossible to talk about cognitive behavioral therapy without mentioning negative thoughts. Automatic negative thoughts are the basis of anxiety, depression, addiction, phobia, and other mental health problems that leave people unhappy. You may refer to automatic negative thoughts as the thoughts that make up your belief system. Your thoughts can either be positive or negative. This is a natural thing. However, automatic negative thoughts are different from normal negative thoughts. This is because your mind generates them subconsciously, without your permission. Most times, you also have no control over them. Automatic negative thoughts have profound effects on emotions and behaviors, which is what CBT seeks to correct. The whole concept behind CBT is to replace existing negative thinking patterns with newer and more positive ones so as to change a person's behaviors. When something happens, the brain automatically forms a negative thought in the subconscious. The thought then influences how you interpret the event that just took place. The interpretation you give to a situation, i.e. how you think about it, is what determines the emotional response that situation elicits. How you feel then determines how you react or behave due to the situation. It is really that simple. There are so many ways in which automatic negative thoughts are generated, many of which you are probably not even aware of. The interesting thing I want you to know about this is that you usually have no idea what your mind is doing, just like everybody else. Often, automatic negative thoughts become such a part of you that you no longer even know that there is a negative thinking pattern. Research into automatic negative thoughts started in the 1960s. It was pioneered by Dr. Aaron Beck, who tried to understand how negative thoughts impact depression. However, the concept of automatic negative thoughts has been made more popular by Dr. DANIELLE in recent years. According to Amen, when you have negative thoughts, the brain generates electrical and chemical signals which activate the limbic system. With time, as the automatic thoughts become too much, the limbic system becomes overwhelmed, causing a neural pathway to be established in the brain. When this occurs, you start to experience anxiety, depression, moodiness, and mild irritation. Interestingly, negative thoughts can be pretty helpful sometimes, just like negative emotions. What do I mean by this? Well, when a distressing event takes place, the mind automatically puts certain things in place to prevent you from feeling hurt or heartbroken. From this angle, automatic negative thoughts are generated by your mind to protect you from perceived harm or to minimize the impact on you when it does happen. However, the problem begins when the automatic negative thoughts become dominant in your mind, to the extent that they take over control of your feelings, behaviors, and life in general. So many stressors exist in life, they make it quite easy for anybody to slip into a cycle of anxiety and depression. Automatic negative thoughts help fuel this cycle so you remain trapped. As I have already acknowledged, automatic negative thoughts can take different forms, with different people. To break negative thinking patterns, it is important to first identify and recognize them. This is one of the things that take place in CBT sessions. Your therapist helps you identify the particular thinking pattern responsible for your emotional and behavioral state. Some of the patterns your therapist may identify include all or nothing thinking. If you think in black or white, without leaving a gray area, this is referred to as all or nothing thinking. People with the all or nothing thinking pattern usually think in extreme absolutes, leaving themselves vulnerable to automatic negative thoughts. There is usually no middle ground for an all or nothing thinker. They will think along the lines of, "Oh, there is no way I am passing this class since I failed my first test. It means I will also fail my examination." An all-or-nothing thinking pattern makes it difficult to see a possible silver lining or a gray area like, if I failed my test, then I have to work harder so I can pass my examination and pass this class. Labeling. This is a negative thinking pattern which is quite common. Labeling is when you tag yourself using names or terms that connote negativity. If you constantly refer to yourself with negative terms, your brain automatically accepts that as the truth and runs with it, resulting in a self-fulfilling prophecy. For example, saying something like, "I'm a failure," makes your brain accept that you are a failure and you will automatically stop seeing yourself as anything but a failure. You begin to feel and act like a failure even though you aren't one. You have trained your body to respond to negative thoughts, names, and terms, and you start to respond accordingly. Emotional thinking. This is a more common negative thinking pattern than most people realize, and it almost always disguises itself as the truth. It is thinking with your feelings. You are unable to question this kind of thinking, so you listen to it by default. It usually involves jumping to negative conclusions about a behavior, habit, or goal. You are basically using your emotions to interpret the state of reality. Fortune telling. You have a negative habit of predicting bad outcomes for yourself. Usually, this happens as a result of you being several steps ahead of your ambition in life. Unfortunately, you never believe anything positive can come out of a situation. You also don't try to see positive perspectives. A typical fortune teller will always think like, "I won't get a job no matter how hard I try. So, what's the point?" Or, "I will never make it, so what's the point of graduating from school?" Mind reading, also referred to as brain reading, this is basically you making assumptions about what you perceive to be people's behaviors towards you or their opinions about you. You always think you know what they are thinking about you, and these thoughts are usually not positive. For instance, you may believe they hate you or they don't want you to achieve anything in life. An example of a mind-reading statement is, "My colleagues at work hate me. They don't want me to be promoted." This kind of thinking pattern usually affects your social relationships because they influence how you feel and behave towards people. People also interpret these negative thinking patterns in different negative ways. Instead of understanding that these thoughts are just thoughts, you interpret them as reality. The negative ways of interpreting things include personalization. This kind of interpretation is based on cognitive distortion usually caused by stress. It happens when you blame yourself for something that happens instead of understanding that things can't always be under your control. Personalization is when you apportion blame to yourself because you hit a bump on the road, instead of trying to figure out why you hit the bump. People who personalize always say something like, "Oh, this is all my fault," without trying to understand where the problem is coming from. This is a negative way of interpreting events that is quite irrational, illogical, and without basis. If you interpret things this way, chances are you will find yourself always internalizing your emotions and feelings even when they need to be expressed. Overgeneralization. I like to think that this is even worse than personalization because this way of thinking is bizarre. Overgeneralization has to do with the belief that something will happen again because it happened once, especially when this thing is negative. If you have been in a situation you didn't like before and you start thinking that this situation will repeat itself, you are overgeneralizing. It is especially overgeneralization when you have no other proof or evidence to serve as the basis of your belief. You just believe it is so. For example, if someone at work gets a plum project from the boss instead of you, you would overgeneralize by thinking, "That is just how I always lose out on everything, tough luck." Overthinking. Have you ever thought about something and tried to look at all the 1,000 choices with regards to that thing so you can make the best decision? That is overthinking. Overthinking is the habit of going over multiple choices in your mind in a bid to visualize the possible outcome of every single choice in a particular situation. People who overthink do so to avoid making mistakes or errors. It is a way of attempting to achieve perfection. However, overthinking is not healthy because it is an attempt to control the uncontrollable. Unless the person is God, no one has the magic to know what will happen in the future. Therefore, every choice we make in life is one with unknown possibilities. For instance, if you get a new job, you have no way of knowing how it will pan out. Trying to analyze the situation in order to outline the possible outcomes takes away the joy in that thing. If you think so much about your new job, you will likely lose the happiness that comes from being employed and become too anxious/worried about the uncertainty that lies ahead. Negative rumination, self-reflection is normal, healthy, and necessary. However, it becomes negative when you do it over and over in a negative manner. Rumination is a negative way of thinking and interpreting reality. It is the kind of thinking in which you get stuck in a mental spiral, thinking about the same thing over and over without stopping, or even making progress. Negative rumination is an unhealthy way of thinking and interpreting because it makes you worried, anxious, and fearful. The more you think about the negative aspect of a situation, the more anxious you become. A typical scenario of negative rumination: let's say your partner breaks up with you because she no longer has an interest in the relationship. Naturally, you would be heartbroken and sad. But, when you replace that heartbreak with worry, it becomes problematic. You may start to imagine yourself being alone forever, without ever getting married or having kids or meeting anybody else who loves you. In this situation, you may even take your rumination up a notch. You start to think of your friends getting married and never talking with you again because they now have their families to concentrate on. So, you end up lonely and you die in a cold, empty room with no one to attend to your corpse. That is how far rumination can go. Rumination is a breeding ground for anxiety and depression. It makes you focus on how you feel, the reason for that feeling, and how you ended up in the situation that is making you feel bad. At some point, you may completely disregard the fact that it was actually just you cooking up all those scenarios in your head simply because of your breakup. Before you know it, you actually start to see yourself as a loser and you lose all motivation to even try to get your girlfriend back, if possible, or solve the problem you are faced with. Cynical hostility, a profound distrust of others and unfounded hostility towards them because of that mistrust, is what is known as cynical hostility. The interesting is that this mistrust usually originates from your thoughts and your thoughts alone. Cynical hostility is a negative way of thinking and reacting angrily to people just because you have certain thoughts of them and you have interpreted these thoughts to be reality. It is a misguided and distorted interpretation of reality. You tend to think of other people as threats, betrayers, or dangerous. When someone does something that should ordinarily be minor, you interpret it in the worst way possible. If the kids are playing and making a ruckus, you may think it is because they intentionally want to give you a migraine. You may also think that someone at work is intentionally doing something to make you angry to the point where you lose your job. If you are on the road and a driver in front is driving really slowly, you might think the person is intentionally driving slow so they can delay you. It goes on and on. If you meet someone at the mall and they act nice by trying to be your friend, you might believe it is because they have an ulterior motive. Cynical hostility makes you think the worst of everyone. This kind of thinking and interpretation can ruin your relationships and affect your health adversely because your mind is never at rest. In fact, studies have revealed that cynical hostility is related to high blood pressure, heart disease, shorter telomeres, and other health conditions. Negative thinking patterns and negative ways of interpreting events are what causes a distorted view of reality. This leads to anxiety, depression, anger disorders, addiction, and several other mental/physical health conditions. When I talk about the different CBT intervention practices, I will talk more about automatic negative thoughts and how they are addressed in cognitive behavioral therapy sessions. But right now, I want to talk about the effect our childhood and upbringing can have on the automaticity of negative thoughts, and also give you tips on how to start combating automatic negative thoughts on your own. Negative thoughts usually don't become automatic by accident. They become automatic after being ingrained in the mind a long time ago, i.e. childhood. It's actually difficult to start having negative thoughts as an adult unless you have been building up to it from childhood. Chapter 15. How to take control and choose to be aware. Did you know that by simply observing something, you change it? I know that sounds magical, but it's actually backed up by hard science. In physics, this is called the Heisenberg principle. By simply observing a phenomenon, you change the result. This also applies to what's going on in your head and in your heart. By simply choosing to become aware, you are already starting the process of changing your behavior, the words that come out of your mouth and, most importantly, your emotional, instinctual responses. The best part to all of this is that you're not trying to reprogram consciously. You're not trying to step in there and move things around. You're not purposefully rearranging your mental furniture, so to speak. You're not doing any of that. You're just simply allowing yourself to become aware. You're merely choosing to open your eyes to what's going on in your mind, in your heart, and in your logical processes. By observing, you start changing. Observe without judging. Try to observe how certain external triggers bring out specific emotional responses in you. Be aware of the connection. Look at what happens outside of you and trace it to your feelings. Keep focusing on this connection. The key here is to observe without judging. You're not saying to yourself, "This is bad. I shouldn't be doing that." No. You're just looking with curiosity at how certain things bring about particular feelings or specific mental connections. That is the extent of your job at this point in time. Just observe. Be your mind's most avid student. By simply allowing ourselves to be merely an objective observer, kind of like a foreign exchange student who just got dropped into your mind to pay attention and log what they witness, you will be able to see many things that you're normally blind to. The reason why you're blind to them is not because they don't exist, or that they're hard to see. Instead, you are so focused on judging them that you essentially deal with the stimuli in an unthinking way. You only need to see, for example, certain elements, and you automatically conclude that they mean something. You just take it from there. You run with it. It's not much different from a hunter going to the forest and seeing a big tail with a bushy end and a lot of hair in the center. The hunter hears a growl. The hunter then puts all these factors together and starts heading the other direction at full speed. Why? The hunter organized all this information and came up with the judgment that there was a lion several yards ahead of them. If that hunter kept going in that direction, the lion might end up enjoying a two-legged lunch item. We tend to do this and, generally, it works for us. For the most part, we're able to save a lot of valuable mental processing time by just simply looking at a tiny fraction of a larger phenomenon, assuming that it means something, and making decisions. The problem is if you want to overcome your negative narratives, you have to connect the dots directly. You have to override your habit of jumping to conclusions. Connecting the dots. Let's just get one thing out of the way. You're already connecting the dots. By and large, this is the reason why you're having a tough time. This mental activity is the reason why you're having issues with depression, anxiety, worry, and limiting beliefs which undermine self-esteem and self-confidence. You are doing too much connecting. Now, I'm going to ask you to be aware of how you normally connect the dots and see the gaps there. The reason why you feel that there are certain negative areas in your life is because at some level or other, you're connecting the dots in one specific way. Maybe it's time to reconnect the dots, coming up with new connections and fresh patterns. Unfortunately, there is no one-size-fits-all formula for this. You have to do it yourself based on your particular set of data. Everybody's triggers are different. Everybody's objective pieces of information are distinct. Still, we all do this. This is one of the few things we all have in common. The difference, however, is that fact that some connections are more productive than others. You need to look at how you're constantly drawing conclusions from these stimuli based on your narratives. Pay attention to how this choice leads you to act a certain way. After becoming aware that this is going on, start reconnecting the dots. Do you think that you could have a better result if you connected your past experiences and personal narratives with triggers a different way? See the overall pattern of your life. The reason why automatic behaviors and seemingly self-regulating emotional states seem almost irresistible is because they are set patterns. We feel we can't escape them. However, keep in mind that you are living in a personal prison of which you yourself are the warden. You're the gatekeeper. You have the keys in your hand. The reason why you're staying in that fixed range of options is because you choose to. Remember, you chose all these narratives at some level or other. It's like living in a prison, and you have the keys in your hand. You see the keys every single day. In fact, you see them so often that they seem like they're not there. But they're still there in your hand. You could always choose to go about doing things differently. Your narratives, when woven together, form your lifestyle. We all have a distinct lifestyle, a distinct way of living. It is powered by our narratives. Is the pattern clear yet? Your normal tendency to connect certain dots and leave particular dots unconnected will produce your lifestyle. Your lifestyle then produces your life. Understand how your personal narratives work through this process. Get familiar with how they flow into each other. Finally, understand how they define you. The more aware you are, the more you can change yourself. Like I said, the great news is that by simply being aware, you start changing things in your life. The longer you observe how you behave and how you interpret certain segments of reality to mean specific things, the more power you will have over your automatic thoughts and actions. The more you understand which triggers unleash certain emotion states and how these lead to certain actions, the more you can change yourself. Be aware that this is happening. Become aware that you're connecting certain dots. Be aware that you believe specific patterns are true and this defines your identity. Don't take things for granted. Now, just as you can be looking at a particular phenomenon out in the natural world, it's easy to take certain things for granted. It's so comfortable to think that once you see exact things, then it's easy to conclude specific truths. On the flip side, if you feel that you don't see certain things, then it is okay not to conclude a certain truth. You should stop thinking in terms of shorthand, and instead choose to look at all the things that are playing out in these patterns with a fresh set of eyes. Allow yourself to question everything. Don't just go by assumption. Don't take things for granted. Don't be fatalistic and assume that there's really not much you can do about the things going on in your life. Don't be dismissive either. Don't think that just because certain things are there, or they're not there, then they don't really mean that much. Instead, look at everything that is happening and see its value. Try to uncouple each element in your assumptions or disconnect it from whatever it is normally attached to, and try to come up with new connections. For example, if you are constantly triggered by memories of your father because you did not have a good relationship with him, don't automatically recoil at the memory of certain words or phrases from your father. For instance, my friend Adam was always told by his dad that he was an idiot. Adam rebelled against his father by smoking a lot of weed when he was a teenager. In college, he ended up doing a lot of drugs. After graduating, he simply chose to coast through life. He didn't have much drive. He didn't really apply himself. I lost touch with Adam for several decades. Intrigued by CBT, he let me walk him through key memories and coping mechanisms he had. I was able to work with Adam to the point where he was able to take the emotional sting out of the memories he had about his father. When he remembers his father calling him an idiot or saying he's good for nothing, he now has a different interpretation. I worked with Adam to reinterpret that memory as his father challenging him to be better than what he was settling for. Because Adam was one of those super genius kids in junior high, he was always easily bored. When a teacher introduced a new concept, Adam figured it out backwards and forwards before the teacher could even fully explain it. That's how quick Adam's mind was. And accordingly, he got really bored easily. And he would always take the easy way out and do as little as possible to challenge himself. Perhaps his father, when he told Adam, "You're an idiot," was saying that out of love, or out of frustration over the fact that this young person was capable of so much more but constantly contented himself with doing the very least. When we looked at that alternative meaning, and we reconnected many of his other memories to his personal narratives, Adam's demeanor changed. All that anger and that free-floating frustration that he had with his father started to melt away. After 6 months, I met up with Adam again, and he had launched a startup internet company that had just been funded a few $1 million. He said to me that our talks about his father had showed him that he could expect greater things from himself. Our conversations changed him, as well as his whole relationship with the concept of ambition and how he defined personal ambition. It truly blew my mind that Adam had come up with this really amazing idea for a mobile app that is extremely exciting as far as personal productivity and commercial applications go. He had success in him all this time. Still, for the longest time, he chose to interpret his father's statements about him in such a way that it dragged him down, instead of pushing him upward and forward to his fullest potential. This is what happens when we allow ourselves to avoid being fatalistic and dismissive when we're looking at the dots in our narratives. They may seem like they've been there for a long time. They may seem all too natural. They may even seem logical. Regardless, there are always other interpretations. Never lose sight of these. Don't be dismissive. Don't think that just because your emotional roller coaster operates one way for so long, you're stuck with it. Conclusion. We primarily focused on cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, as the underlying platform for solving problems in people's lives. Now, make a list of the most important problems or concerns you'd like to address. Note how often they occur, whether they are relatively minor or quite severe, and how they impact your life. Use the workbook in the appendix at the end. For example, someone may experience feelings of hopelessness. To address this, you could write down that these thoughts occur 3 to 4 days a week, that the thoughts are upsetting and intrusive but not so severe that you cannot continue most daily activities, and the impact is that the thoughts take away from your enjoyment of life and make you feel less positive about the future in general. Depending on how quickly you have read through the content, you may still be experiencing fairly intense symptoms of your emotional struggles despite having read everything. It is important that you do not simply toss it aside and forget about it as you continue to face your daily struggles. Simply educating yourself on what needs to be done will not support you in healing. You will actually need to do the healing work. By remaining devoted and showing up for yourself every single day, you give yourself the attention that you need to truly embrace your healing journey with CBT. It is important that you truly understand that self-healing does not mean isolating yourself from others. Isolating yourself is a common desire when you are experiencing something like anxiety or depression. However, doing so can impede your healing. Even on days where you do not feel like it, show up for yourself and attempt to make contact with at least one person per day who does not live with you. Doing so will support you in feeling a deeper sense of connection with those around you and will help you feel more attuned with the outside world. You also need to make sure that you consistently practice your new mindfulness and CBT practices. Even though individuals who recover from psychological disorders using CBT are far less likely to relapse than those who are solely being treated with medicine, you will always be vulnerable to experiencing a relapse in your symptoms. Continuous self-monitoring and keeping yourself well-educated and equipped with the knowledge that you need to combat potential relapses will support you in overcoming them before they become problematic. Even if they do become problematic again, it is no reason to be ashamed. If you know of someone else who may benefit from CBT, the more that we can spread the message of healing and empower others to discover how they can heal themselves, the fewer people need to suffer from symptoms of anxiety and depression. Hopefully, we have shown you that the negative outlook on life is merely a negative distortion of thought you can learn to surpass. To support you on your journey towards balanced positivity, we have included numerous exercises and introduced you to a number of techniques that support the mental recovery. You learned how to use the thought record, one of the most important tools to examine your mind and track your progress. By learning how to use the thought record, you will be able to rationally evaluate every stressful situation and challenge that life throws at you. With that in mind, you can use this technique to beat automatic thoughts, rumination, dysfunctional beliefs, and assumptions, as well as to cope with fear and sadness. Remember to stay open about your thoughts and experiences as much as possible. Communicating with your therapist openly, using detailed descriptions gives them the best insight into your experiences and helps them identify wrong beliefs and assumptions that are guiding your life. You've learned that the most likely cause for you to feel the way you do isn't in the fact that there is something wrong with you, because there isn't, but in the negative core beliefs that have shaped your perception of life. We have explained the definition and examples of core beliefs, helping you to understand how and why the unconscious mechanisms that are guiding you might be dysfunctional. Furthermore, we explained how and why the negative core beliefs cause cognitive distortions, automatic, and intrusive thoughts that are bothering you the most. You now have guidance and instructions to stop nurturing these inadequate thinking patterns and shift towards positivity and clarity. If your life has been affected by negative beliefs long enough, you may have learned how to use numerous avoidant, self-destructive behaviors. Without knowing it, you were relying on these behaviors to shelter yourself from fear. While avoiding stress might have worked for a while, you are going to have to work past these crippling, self-destructive behaviors in order to grow and change. We introduced graded exposure and behavioral activation as simple but effective techniques for you to gradually and patiently conquer your fears and introduce more enjoyable, positive behaviors into daily life.